Morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, August the 27th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Okay, well, I guess the big news this morning is with Abbott, ABT, more expensive one. Big gap up for it with a 1.7 billion in the float, up 8%. Of course, news on their little pill. The virus, so it's basically a virus test. I'm sure you've all read about it. $5, 15 minutes, etc. So anyway, ABT gapping up nicely this morning. Let's see if it holds the gap. PED, something to do with PER, PED, nice big gap up here. You have to read that news to understand it. Through the 200-day moving average, PED, low float, 8.4 million in the float. Interesting upgrade from Raymond James. VBIV may have the best vaccine of all. Raymond James. So there's VBIV, nice gap up for it. ANF is an earnings play. ANF is an earnings play. Gap up for it. Nice break here. You know, if it holds the gap, obviously it has room. Just take a look at this. Yeah, I mean, it's got a lot of room if it holds the gap. What did it get in the pre-market? Got all the way up to 13.21, so it's a big pullback so far from the highs in the pre-market for ANF. Probably shouldn't have mentioned this one. MOXC, this is a merger, I guess. So this is why this one is up, MOXC. So ZAG. I guess they partner with somebody saying that, you know what, use our screen protector, kills the virus. There you go. That would have been a beautiful short. ZAGG. Another virus play, PSTI. Holding over 11, another one that's, you know, a great looking gaps here, guys. If they can hold, you know, and base a little bit, look left, has room on that daily chart to about 12. And Fluidime, man, oh man, what a wild one yesterday. Continuing today. Big gap down so far, 12%. I don't see any specific news on it. Thought maybe they announced a financing or something, but I don't see that. So that's Fluidime, FLDM. I see the airlines are popping. I know they're clamoring for some more aid. I don't know if that's going to happen, but UAL, American Airlines, they are both popping right now as we speak. Delta probably doing the same thing. Yeah, so all the airlines right now, as we speak, the airlines are popping. And, of course, when the airlines pop, guess who else pops? The cruisers. So there's NCLH. Again, I look at these every day. Never seen them holding their gains. Who knows? Today might be different. Box, what a great earnings release they had. BOX, Box, released earnings after hours yesterday. Look at this gap here. Now, coming into probably what you might think is resistance right around this area. So this could be an interesting fade, actually, if this stalls it. Codex, CODX, another gap down for it. Don't see any specific reason. VNE, Qualcomm collaboration, that's in the news. So pop up through the 200-day moving average. Where are they out of? Yeah, that's what I thought. You take a look at you see a daily chart that looks like this, sort of spotty, all, you know, gap, 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 gap. Usually that means it's listed on a foreign exchange also. Anyway, there is VNE. Look left and 1380, so it's got about $1. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get here. I'm just saying, looking at the chart, that is the next resistance area probably. What's the float? Yeah, it's a pretty big float, VNE. Billy, China stock, BILI, is a gap down on earnings. BILI, gap down on earnings. Well, after yesterday, I thought maybe these would this one anyway would continue. This well, it was anyway. It's trying to recover here. SPWR, still it's a big gap down for SPWR. Had a great day yesterday, great 2 days actually. It did sell off though. It got as high as 1448 and it sold off. And that sell off, look at this. I mean, the sell off continues. I mean, that's just wiping out all of this. Amazing. I don't see any specific. I thought maybe there were closed spin-off transaction. Okay, so they're closing a spin-off transaction. Yeah, so that's just, I thought maybe the overall solars were being affected, but this is the big guy, FSLR, and actually it'll pop up for FSLR. SOL, speaking of, not that this is a solar, earnings play, SOL. It gapped all the way up to 331. It's down to 272. So this is an earnings play. And I almost shorted this one, this little one. IFMK acquisition is complete. Okay. All the volume came in. IFMK. Ah, man, oh man, this is one kicking myself for not shorting this one. It met all the requirements too, if you know what I'm trying to do now on those channels. And I'm talking about the VBIV. And the last one on the list was just popping in was MYT. MYT, Urban T. I think this is some kind of a merger also. Or is this the 1 for 10 reverse split today? No, this might be the 1 for 10 reverse split today. Let me just check that again. Yeah, this is a reverse split today, August 27th. This is the effective date, so I'm not sure this is right then. This well, might be still the gap. So this is a reverse split, 1 for 10. Yeah, so this was a 25-cent stock yesterday or less, 20-cent stock yesterday. Well, any thoughts on it? Well, I mean, obviously the market loves it. I don't know how I can add anything to it. I mean, somebody's asked me my thoughts about Abbott and, the news about their virus test. I mean, obviously it's great. It seems like great news. Huge pop. No. I'm talking about ABT. Sorry. All right, 9:14. Let me just take a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. A few more upgrades and downgrades. Let me just get them in. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Get the downgrades in now. Not too many downgrades this morning. All right, there are the upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning. AIM is, look at AIM here, guys. Look at some volume coming into AIM. Not shortable for me. Yeah, this is a virus play. AIM, AIM is a virus play. Decreases SARS-CoV-2 infectious viral, etc. by 90%, etc., etc., etc. So there is the news for AIM. Not shortable for me. Low, actually, it's still low float, 32 million. Not super low, but it is a low float. QDEL from Zach. So obviously they're a rival. Oh my goodness. Wow. Look at that gap down. So the airlines, guys, the airlines are popping right now. Delta, UAL, American. What's JetBlue doing? The cheaper one. Let's see what JetBlue is doing. So all the airlines. So I guess they're hoping another stimulus comes in. What is a gap down or a gap up, gap down? Just are, compared to yesterday's close, stock is either, well, you can see right here, like this is a gap. Let me get a better one. So you can see VBIV is up 28%. That's a gap up. Okay. That's 28. It's up 28% from yesterday's close. So that's what we call a gap up in the pre-market. The true gap up and gap down, first or gappers, that it would be the first print of the day once the market opens. But right now so this is a gap up as opposed to a gap down, 7% gap down for Billy, B-I-L-I. Well, the alerts are real time. It's just the alerts are real time. So every time, I'm just watching, my gap ups. So there's Delta. So every UAL, there's a real time 3605. I mean, that's real. That's real time. Yeah, Mr. Spy is wow. So the cruisers, airlines are popping right now. Now you know my feeling on them. They won't hold, but one day I'm going to be wrong. Yeah, PET and PER are related, aren't they, Mike? PET's got something to do with PER. I mean, I just glossed over the news. One day, guess what? One day, maybe they'll keep going. But I know they want another stimulus. I think to take them, is it to next March, something like that. BMC is a buyout, in case you're wondering why I'm not talking about this one. Got the wrong symbol here. BMCH maybe? Yeah, this is it. I think this is a buyout. BMCH. Or a combination, builders first source to combine. Yeah, so this is a lot of these are taking place now. You know, all these mergers. Yeah, that is a big move for the SPY. It's a big move for the SPY. I don't have a 1 minute chart up, but well, we know why it, yeah, I know why it was popular yesterday, Fluidine, but look at the gap down today. And I don't know. I actually, when I saw this gap down, I thought maybe they announced the financing. Yeah, I guess there was some talk about maybe allowing rates to move off zero, but I guess that's not going to happen. All right, how's that VBIV doing? Well, I guess can it hold for? Problem I got with it is, let's see, what did it get to this morning? It got all the way up to 450. So it got basically, you can see it's amazing, isn't it? I mean, I think it almost to the penny. 455 is the high pre-market, 455. Look at the high right over here, 455. Stalled right at that high, right to the penny. So let me ask you this, PGR. What do you think? What are your thoughts about ABT? I mean, obviously it's great news. Certainly great news on the surface. I mean, ABT is starting to move. Again, it's already up 10%. That's a huge float. All right, I'm going to get rid of those. And as always, I will connect to the simulator. And if you want to see my watch list up and down and the repeating, from the toolbar, click on New, channel bar, and then my watch list, Barry's watch list right there. Remember, everything in here is a layout. So before you do anything within the channel bar, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you click on my watch list or any other channel. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. You'll start to see some action here probably right at 9:30, but nothing in here until at least 9:45. Okay, 1 moment, please. See, this one is was slip sliding away. Acre, lots of volume too. AKER, low float, 5.8 million in the float. It looks like it has plenty of support around 335. Look at that weekly chart. What did it get to? What are we at right now? 385. So it looks like there's a lot of support right around 340 for AKER. So this is, this PER and PED are tied together. This one trying to bounce back, also GRWG. Let's just see, what is the high of this week? Is 1607. I'm going to stick an alert around 1607 for GRWG. See if it takes it out and starts to recover. Remember, it had a huge run. Take a look at my price alerts, probably get rid of some of them. Oops. Okay, guys, so what time is it now? 9:27, about 3 minutes to the open, less than 3 minutes to the open. So I carried this over. This is just in the demo or a paper trading mode. Carried this over from yesterday, ZUO. This is a little earnings play, Cody, C-O-T-Y, little earnings play. Yeah, is that today? XPEV, is that today? This is supposedly the China Tesla. Is it today, Casa? Okay. Well, that'll be okay. This is going to be very interesting then. Of course, I'd be watching Nile very closely also. Just one moment, please. All right, less than a minute. That's actually, yeah, I read that in the pre-market. I didn't realize it was today. That's definitely one to keep an eye on, guys. There's no question. That's billed as the China Tesla XPEV. So you're saying, what if I have a time? I've got 30 seconds. Let me just see if I can quickly. Okay, so we've got JP Morgan, Credit Suisse, and Bank of America. So that's who behind them. Tiger Brokers. Keep an eye on Tiger, TIGR. They go public with that offering today for XPEV. We're now open, guys. Let's have a great trading day. Okay, box is starting to fade a little bit here. I was saying that you know, this is probably an area that it could really stumble. All right, PED. Now look at the pop here, man. Oh man, look at that volume that came in. Low float situation for PED. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So PED and PER, guys, linked. PER has more shares in the float than PED, PED. Yeah. Wow, PED is just soaring here now. Yeah, that's too bad. This would be an interesting short, but again, no shorts available for me. Box continues to make a little move down here, BOX. Not such a little move now. I kind of thought this might fade on the open. I don't trade right at the open, but it, you know, just looking at this area right there. So the airlines are still romping here, guys. There's another airline, Save, Spirit Airlines. Lots of volume coming in. Now look at SPWR, yeah. Action is kind of crazy. Look at the volume that came in. I can't see the, oh, I'm sorry, I do. Now this is a spin off. That's why it moved down. Airlines, guys, are moving. For how long? Airlines and cruisers. I think this is all to do with potentially more stimulus. Now, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes anyway, so just kind of let things settle down a little bit. Yeah, well, look at Sun Power. Look at the volume that came in. No stopping PED so far. Okay, there's GRWG. So that is now the high of the week and taking out, yeah, it's the high of the week now. So it is really trying to come back here, guys. Lots of volume, relatively low float, 27 million in the float. You know, for me, it's definitely getting ripe for a short, but I mean, again, I don't do this in the first 15 typically, so you have to let it go. Now, interesting. Keep an eye on NIO. I mean, this was always maybe erroneously, but maybe this was always kind of billed as the China Tesla. This XPAV that comes out today, that seems to be the one that they're really comparing to Tesla. So keep an eye on NIO. One second here. Okay, guys, I'm just this action with NIO is interesting. Well, look at that bottoming tail for box. This is why I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. I still think box is could be a fade candidate though. Just look at the weekly chart. 2109 is where it is right now. There's the high looking left, which is 2167. There's a high of 2129. High, right in this area here. This is where it could stall. I mean, it's already up, 10%. There go. Well, down went that GRWG. All right. Well, this is sort of a merger, isn't it? The BMCH. I thought this is a merger, Zach. So combined Builders First Source to combine with BMC. So I'm not sure what it'll do. Okay, so VBIV has rebounded. It's almost at the pre-market high now. It's quite I mean, if you read the press release, or not so much a press release, but the headline that Raymond James put out. Boy, this NIO is certainly interesting. I mean, I'm pretty sure this downward pressure has something to do with that XPAV IPO today. All right, well, the cruisers are still alive. There's NIO, guys. I mean, NIO is just getting... Yeah, good spot there too. Yeah, the LI is gapping down a little bit also. Automotive sector, China. Whoa, look at Smith & Wesson now. Holy smokes, after the day it had yesterday. So it did, at one point, it was just a little bit above yesterday's high. Now it's starting to gap down. Well, I guess PED was the one. I just did not think, obviously, it was going to do what it did. And it's not shortable for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. So after that little flurry in the pre-market for the SPY, we're starting to put in a big red bar. That's the 15-minute candle right there. So tech is down, the SPY is down, Dow is up. And we have a halt, we have a resume, sorry, for Now, is this this can't be. Is this an IPO already? MAXN? MAXN? Meanwhile, Fluidigm is, I can't explain it. FLDM. Lots of action, first 15 minutes, guys. All good advice, Paradox. Good morning. PBF. Ah, another one tanking. Wow. Not an earnings play, just probably coming into maybe a support area. Well, this is all to do with Abbott, Harry. So Abbott coming out with their announcement yesterday, and I guess QDell. I mean, rival. Well, it was appearing down here. SPWH was appearing. I can't find it right now. The reason why it's not appearing here is because this is just, it has to be up for the day also. SPWH, I don't believe is up for the day. Still down, yeah, it's still down. But it was appearing here earlier. Right. Now look at it, SPWR is now starting to gap down again. Wow, this is wild. Yeah, this only has new highs. This has new highs and lows. Well, airlines are still alive here. They haven't pulled back yet. There's American. So what's the next high looking left is around 1405 or so. What a great short that would have been. The GRWG. Wow. All right, as we're approaching 9:45, see if I get anything on my watch list up and down. All right, guys, so there's VBIV is now making a new high above the high in the pre-market. When you look left, 530, well, the next one, 524, 537, that's on the weekly chart. Market is still trying to determine a direction. We had that big pop pre-market. We had the drop. Now we have a bottoming tail for that SPY. It is recovering. Probably one of the more promotional headlines I've seen for the VBIV. with Raymond James. I mean, Raymond James they are known out there. It's not just some little bucket shop. So, maybe the best vaccine of them all. And the resorts, casinos, etc., MGM. So they're all moving together. When I say all, I'm talking about the airlines, the cruisers. Well, there's still no pullback. Still no pullback yet for these airlines. How's Jet doing? I'm sure Jet is doing extremely well. That is or Jets. There's the ETF for the airlines. Actually, Jets had a pullback, but wow, I didn't even see this one. So the AI, wow, 1276 on the alert, 1155. It is shortable too at IB. So wow, 10% move so far from the AI, 1276. I don't mind talking about it now. This is what I'm saying. 1276, 1154 now on a short for OSUR. What's the spread like? Spread is a 3-cent spread, so certainly could have got it around the 1276 mark. Yeah, I mean, I don't. Actually, it was 941. I don't like the ones right at 935, but now, if you took this one on the short, guys, I mean, take a look left. The low is 1166, so it's kind of right there. Yeah, sometimes, Chris, it depends how many other alert windows you have open. That happens to me sometimes also, especially if you have my basic new highs and lows, you'll notice that, of course, OSUR was here also. It may be a conflict. It has to pick one. So if they come, within a nanosecond of each other, if that makes sense. It kind of has to pick one over the other. The other thing you can do is maybe at the beginning of the day, I mean, I like seeing you can minimize it so that when you get an alert, it'll pop up so you won't miss it. Oh, you've got to go to each individual window. You mean in terms of the sound alert, you have to go to each individual window. No, no. I mean, it's not that hard, but you know, just right click, properties, actions, and then you'll see it. But no, no other way around that. Okay, well, OSUR now breaking down again right below that level here. So, I mean, I'd be looking for a bounce at some point. Well, I'm only talking about the alert window, right? So you have to have it open and then just minimize it. Yes, you minimize it, and then if you get an alert, it'll pop up. So when you're talking, I'm talking about the strategy trade, like the AI. You don't want to do it on an alert window like this. You know, you're getting so many alerts every second. So I would just do it for your AI and your price alerts. I think I described it yesterday. Do it on the price alerts also. Well, William, we might be wrong. Maybe today is the day that the airlines hold for a while anyway. I mean, this typically what we've seen with the airlines is a nice move in the pre-market, maybe an initial move, and then the fade. Right now, there is no fade. Well, it's all to do with stimulus. You know, they're asking for more stimulus at TT, so and the cruise industry is very reliant on the airline industry, so that's why these guys are moving higher also. Oh, I don't know, TT. I mean, no. I mean, it's. I mean, they're looking for more stimulus. I mean, and I guess they're hoping they're going to get it. I don't know if anything is going to really happen, but they're looking for more stimulus, and I guess the speculation is they're going to get it. After that, I don't know. I mean, pension funds. It's all emotion. No, this was not shortable. Too bad. MOXE was not shortable. This is merger news, but it is. All right, I can't remember if I mentioned now. PSTI could be interesting if it takes out the high of the pre-market, 1127. All right, it's getting closer to it. Is a virus play. Boy, what a great alert from the AI today on that OSUR short, 1276, 1115 now. Meanwhile, Fluidime is just, I mean, I don't, I'm just looking for any news on it. Unless this is just kind of tied in with Abbott, I really don't know. I mean, a lot of these smaller bios are just tanking, like OSUR and Fluidime, but I have no idea if it's tied in. I mean, It is a virus play. That's why it was up yesterday. But even yesterday, look how crazy it was yesterday. It probably is Abbott. A lot of these are just failing because of the Abbott news. But it's a little interesting because that Abbott news was released after hours yesterday. There was no real reaction after hours yesterday with OSUR. Had to wait till this morning for that big reaction. On halt, you mean? Yes, RAKR is halted. Yeah, lots of pretty good volume just came in. REKR is halted. I haven't looked at Microsoft for a while. Yeah, even Microsoft. Look at this. It's interesting because at the beginning, the NAS was down. Look at the Dow. Now the SPY. So they're all up now. And now that got rid of that red candle on the SPY. Let's take a look at some of the ones that are popping in. This Signet could be interesting, okay? SIG, it has, on the monthly chart, it's got room. Could be a longer term hold. Okay, give me about 5 minutes. I'll be back in about 5 minutes, guys. All right, guys, I'm back. Wow, what a lot of action. Just based on the ABT news. Wow. So I guess this is what is hitting Fluidigm and also OSUR. Now, will OSUR finally hold here? There's a 200-day. It's almost at the 200-day moving average, 1072. Can that hold it? Can 11 hold it? Meanwhile, Smith & Wesson continues to move down, SWBI. All right, this is an earnings play. SOL is an earnings play. 19 million in the float. What sort of room does it have? I mean, it's right at a resistance area on the monthly chart. You know, 3 looks like it could stall it. I mean, if it can see its way past 3, then you're looking at 350 for SOL. There's maybe the bounce now for OSUR. Look where it got right down to. It got just a little bit above the 200-day moving average. Looks like 1088 was the low. Their 200-day moving average is 1072. Fluidigm continues to move down. FLDM. Ah, okay. Probably a high short float. There you go. That is. So there's one. Low float, high short float, had earnings, but the earnings was not a good reaction. But it is, you know, it's rebounding. Well, there was definitely a nice bounce for OSUR off the 200-day, basically, off the 200-day moving average. So again, regarding the AI has not, an algorithm has not kicked in to take any profit on this. Now, you know, listen, if you got in close to that 1276 and it got down here, I mean, that's almost $2. You can't not take some profit, in my opinion. Can't not. Well, a big test for this VBIV to try to get through 5. I mean, you look left on that weekly chart, 522 and then 534. It's not a low float, 200 million in the float, so it's not a low float. It's already up 53%. For it to move, keep moving through this area, you know, it might be really tough. You know, it was a lower float maybe, but glue on the way down, GLUU on the way down, breaking down below those bands that we talk about. It's not an earnings play either. Wow, this is just getting trashed now. Angie is another one. After that little pull up, it is starting to move down. Angie, ANGI. Gold moving down. Here's the gold ETF. Gold and silver. Precious metals moving down. Typical when the market. Now look at NAS now. Remember this was up huge. Not huge, but it was up about 100, I think. Or 60 or so. Now it's down 29 in a heartbeat. Well, this is the short of the day so far. This has not had any pullback whatsoever or pull up whatsoever. Fluidime just continued down from $9.95. There's a $2 drop for Fluidime. I mean, it's a 3.5 from yesterday, but just from the pre-market. Ugly. CEMI. Man, how long did we wait for this real break? Never really came. Well, the two shorts from the AI. The cheaper one is struggled to get through that whole number, but still looking good. Okay, now we're getting another red bar in the SPY. Okay, so this has been really choppy action for the SPY in the first half an hour. A little over half an hour. Look at this action. Well, another one is, I know the market's up, but it just seems like everything is moving down. Look at Vivo, another one maybe tied in with Abbott. All these stocks getting hammered because of the really good Abbott news. I mean, I don't know that for sure, but the reason I'm saying it seems like we're getting way more shorts is that I've got something that you guys don't see, but I'm just getting over and over and over new lows as opposed to new highs in this other window that I'm looking at. Of course, these are a lot of the gold and silver plays. Yeah, the Qs have been all over the place. Sure, I'm right on this. Yeah, I mean, look at this. Look at the pop, drop, pop, drop. Well, look at Acre, guys. I mean, I can just show you a couple. I mean, 14% and 12%. Are you willing to short? AKER and OSUR from the AI. A couple of great percentage moves. Morning reel. Keep an eye on this IEA. It's a potential I mean, 548, then that's the next high looking left. Takes that out. It has a lot of room. IEA, for those of you looking for longer term trades, not very much volume today yet, but it's obviously had a great few days. Another one of the SPACs, I think. Yeah, it's another one of the SPACs, DPHC. All right, guys. It looks like maybe these airlines are starting to fade a little bit here. Yeah, tip. No, I don't think there's a hard and fast time on the XPEV. I'm definitely interested in that one though. The XPEV, not to buy it on the open or anything like that, but definitely to follow this. Especially seeing, it'd be interesting to see where it actually opens. Aha, okay. Yeah, I mean, keep an eye. Be so interesting to see what happens to NIO when that XPEV opens. I mean, it's already being. I'm pretty sure it's a result of the XPEV. No, if you open it, you'll see the last trade in each one of these strategies. That's all. You'll see the last trade. I wouldn't even bother with it. Okay, just have this open. Don't even bother about the other one. This has all the trades in it. You just confuse yourself. Okay. But if you look at it, it'll have the last trade of a particular strategy. So for instance, if you had it open, you'd see the last trade for Holly Neo was, the DLTR. So you don't see the OSUR and the acre earlier. This is a strange one, this MOXC. I mean, it was hyped up on the merger. No shorts available, unfortunately, for me. Saw this yesterday, even though the market was relatively strong, the stocks that were up just did not want to continue. Okay, there's Ecom. Now, where's probably good support for Ecom just underneath 18. So I'd be watching maybe this for a bounce, Ecom for a bounce. Okay, I mean, look at this. This was on the watch list, not for a short bias, You can see what it did yesterday. So it was on the watch list to see if it would continue to fill in this gap. I'd be watching this for maybe a bounce as it gets closer to 18. You would think that 1790 and 18 might hold it. And that's for ECOM. My guess is that, now this was a short bias, TRGP. You can see why. Look at the daily chart yesterday. Look at the weekly, has room, lets a room underneath if it wants to keep going down. Six. Let's take a look at six. Well, there's an interesting nickname, Saint Louis or St. Louis equals Mr. Real. Okay. Inventive. I can't remember if I mentioned Clovis in the pre-market. It actually had gapped up on FDA approval for CLVS. I don't think I mentioned it. Exactly, Real. It's probably Vicky. Watching OSUR again. See if this holds. This 200-day moving average holds again. 1072. Crashes through that. Then you've got down here 995.10 or so. You'd think that would hold it. But look at that. There's that green line right there on the daily chart. That's a 200-day moving average. This is actually a green bar ignored on the 15s for OSUR. All right, guys, VBIV now. Look at that 3-bar pullback on the 5s. VBIV now over 5. Next level right there, 524, 530 on the weekly chart. Those are the next areas of possible concern if you are long VBIV. It's a little bit of a struggle for VBIV at 5. Yeah, so obviously this is related to the has to be related to the Abbott news, I guess. Abbott is, I mean, it's great for Abbott, but it's been that news has just pummeled a lot of other stocks. Boy, we've created. I'm in a development version. I can see we've got a lot of more options coming in. Still a little struggle at 5 for VBIV. Here's another one on the move. Isaiah. Didn't really see this one in the pre-market at all. Really didn't do very much. Market open. Nice little percentage move so far for IZEA. Just give me a second here, guys. All right, guys. Sorry, I think we have a bug. This is a development version, and what's happening here? Every time I click on an alert, this is just multiplying over and over and over again. We were trying to, so I'm going to have to make that known to development. That's in the chart. Boy, look at the NAS. Now it's up a little bit. Boy, all over the place. Tech is all over the place today. Just a second, please, guys. I have to alert. Development about this. Well, I had some action with my dog. Yes, I don't know. I didn't think she was ringing, but I'm watching this Isaiah, guys. IZEA. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I say I'm just trying to alert development to this. We can't have this. It's just multiplying over and over and over again. I can't take a screenshot because when I try to take a screenshot, this disappears. So, okay. Okay, so look at OSUR, guys. It is still trying to hold that 200-day moving average. So I am sticking an alert for a potential pop. Oh wow, yeah, we got to do something here. Okay, thank you, Julio. You see what I mean? Yeah, good. Guys, I might have to go back to another version because when I want to, well, when I want to, I think this list will get so big I won't even be able to see. But I want to put a price alert. Where are you, price alert? Where are you now? I might have to go back a version, guys, which means I'm going to have to reload. Target exceeded. You're hilarious, William. Yeah, 4 cents. Good for you. I love it. Meanwhile, I forgot to keep watching VBIV. So this is now trying to clear. I mean, here's a next big level for VBIV. Yeah, there's your American Airlines. It actually moved a lot better than I thought it would once the market opened. You see the press release or the recommendation by Raymond James, real on VBIV. Did you actually read it? What do I think about Macy's? Um, Not much, to be honest. I mean, to be honest, sorry, real. I mean, it's not. I don't know what. I mean, it's going to take a lot to move this out of the funk it's in. I mean, it has come off the bottom a little bit, but you look at the daily chart; it's just kind of up and down. Well, OSUR guys now through the 200-day moving average. So now look out below. Next level might be around 10. It's just not interesting to me, Macy's. I mean, it would have to really break out of here, for me to get really interested. But I mean, look at it. I'm just kidding, William. Okay, I'm just kidding because I know he must take more than 100 shares. That's about as promotional as I've seen from Raymond James is known in terms of the VBIV. Now look at auto now. Look at the volume that just came into auto. All right, so movie theaters may be opening. Is that, I guess AMC is starting to pump a little bit here. AMC. I mean, I know some of them are open. Maybe AMC is definitely popping here. OSUR is still kind of hanging around that 200-day. I mean, it's right on it. Well, the news on Clovis said they had FDA approval for something, but yeah, FDA approved found. Just trying to read the headline here. No, they had some kind of an FDA pre-market has approved Foundation One liquid CDX. So, but market doesn't care. Market does not care at all. Well, I don't know if it's a good buy yet. All I'm saying is that it's trying to hold. I mean, it's still trying to hold barely that 200-day moving average. I'm certainly, I can't make any recommendations to say yes, it's a good buy or anything like that. I'm just observing that it is trying to hold that 200-day moving average area. It tried once, popped up once, gave it up. Now, again, is this a huge overreaction to the Abbott news? Wow, another nice call from the AI guys, 1260. AI's had three really good ones on a percentage basis. Earnings play for ANF. I don't mind showing them now. There was the alert at 1260. Is at 1311 right now. Through the 200-day moving average. Also, this could keep going, guys. Now that it's through the 200-day moving average, the next high looking left is 1436. Interesting. Retailer having a good day. All right, what's happening with OPK? OPK on the way down here. Wow, 22%. Look at the volume. Big float though. Almost half a billion in the float. OPK. All right, guys. Well, OSUR again looking like this time it wants to really take out that 200-day. It was flirting. It kept popping a little bit around the 200-day moving average, but it looks like now it wants to leave it behind. And it's OSUR. Well, the next area, I mean, you would think maybe 10 will hold it. All right, what is ladder doing? LADR. Yeah, I mean, this one again was probably, yeah, I put this on the watch list as a potential short. Looking at that daily candle there and looking underneath, thinking, well, okay, maybe it could get down to the 7 and then really start to fill in this void, but it is trying to bounce. Keeping an eye on A and F now, guys, for me anyway. Just wanting to see how well it holds 13. Well, this is holding, this Recor Systems, REKR. It's holding well. Low float, lots of volume, 123 times normal. But it is holding well. Got halted a couple of times. Actually, I only got halted once. So I guess this is an IPO. MAXN, I'm going to assume it's an IPO. Let me just do a quick check of my IPOs. Well, it's not listed as one, but I'm just trying to figure out, is this maybe just a symbol change? MAXN, it looks like it's just started trading today as MAXN, but I don't see it listed as an IPO anywhere. Is that what it is? Thank you, Casa. XPAV, boy, I'm really interested in seeing what this one does. XPAV, once it opens, this is really billed as a China Tesla. I mean, that's what NIO is always billed as. Welcome, testing with fire. Another creative nickname. Okay, guys, EGAN is having that extended look. Don't like the spread. Yeah, I think you have to run them both as administrator. Okay, I mean, you're talking about syncing, in other words, clicking on an alert and having it load into your platform. Yeah, I think you just have to run them both in administrator mode. Wow, it's 10:47. Somebody's not doing their job. It's got to alert me to 10:30. Maybe you did. I didn't see it. Anyway, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Sharing my screen live on the mic. Continuing to watch ANF to see how well it holds this 13. If you are a Trade ID subscriber, I'm sharing a lot of scans. You can click on the scans tab within the trading room. Here are all the scans I'm sharing, or you can click on the room drive icon. It's like a half open folder. Click on that. Scans that I share, download. It'll go to a Word document. All the scans there. You can just copy the scan. Copy the link. Once you copy the link, then you just file, load from cloud. And the link will appear here in the box and just load it. I am going to go over this is a good link I've got right now. This has my subscriptions and the home page link. I'm going to put this in the room. My home page has a lot of good links in it. AMC continues here. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, you'll be brought to my homepage in Trade Ideas. There is the promo code you can use. Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on the Get Trade Ideas. And here's how much Trade Ideas will cost. Basically, you have 4 plans. We have a premium annual, which is $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or the standard $10.68 a year minus the 15%. Here you can see what the differences are. The big difference is the AI. If you're getting the premium service, it's because you want to have access to this window right here, which has had a tremendous day today. You don't have to start off with a premium plan or an annual plan. If you just want to try us out for a month, this is just a toggle back and forth. Here's our monthly $118 a month. Sorry, $118 a month less the 15%, or the premium $228 less the 15%. If you decide you want to upgrade at any point, we will honor the 15% promo code. Other links in my homepage. Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a daily video. It's a recap, kind of what's happened in the trading room. We usually do it around 1:05. We have webinars. You can click on, if you click on this link, you're going to see some really good links, especially this one here, the 20 lessons in 20 days. This actually deserves its own separate link. I'm going to pop this into the room. So the 20 lessons in 20 days. Hey, good to hear, Mark. daily support lessons, of course, the trading room, and here are the daily webinars. You can sign up for them all right there. And then educational videos. We have a lot of educational videos. But I do want to put that 20 lessons in 20 days. Of course, you can go at your own pace. You click on that link, and this is what you'll be brought to. You know, what is a top list? Build a top list. What is an alert window? Create alert windows, okay? So all the basic features of trade ideas, I think very easily explained. So great if you're a new subscriber, and if you're not a subscriber, you can click on that. You can just see some of the basic features that we have. Now I do want to talk about the AI, or artificial intelligence, Holly as it's nicknamed. It's part of our premium service. So this is what the AI goes through every day. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work, has access to the latest market data. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies that get optimized every evening. So AI runs through the optimization procedure, and that's what happened last night. These are the strategies out of the 50 that made the cut because they had the proper profit factor and win percentage combination. Now, this is my recommendation to see the alerts as they come in. From the toolbar, click on New and click on AI Holly Strategy Trades window, not the other one, but the Trades window. When you do that, this will be the window that you see, okay? You'll have an entry price, you'll have a stop price, and basically manage the trades. It's a great watch list for the day. Sometimes you might miss the alert at the beginning, but they set up later, or maybe, you know, something is ripping higher and then it pauses and then it rips again. Okay, so you can use it as a great watch list for the day. And you can also, once you have this window loaded, I would incorporate it as part of your layout so you don't have to do it every morning. And now I'm going to talk about Brokerage Plus. This is the Brokerage Plus window that you see, only available in the app, not in the web-based version. Click on Brokerage Plus. Here's the window that you'll see. Two ways you can use it. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can connect to it, and then you can trade from within Trade Ideas connected to your Interactive Brokers account. So you can do things like set up, you know, your own buying and shorting parameters. Okay. I am going to put an intro. It's a great video that it was done. Just give me a second here. I want to put that intro to Brokerage Plus. And that shows you exactly how you can use Trade Ideas and Interactive Brokers to trade your account. So that's one way to use it. Now the other way, which I so recommend this, that if you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, practice trading, okay? We have a simulator right here. And that's what I'm connected to, the simulated trading, paper trading, whatever you want to call it. Practice trading before you commit money to the market. It is very simple to use. You click on an alert. The symbol will show up. Click how many shares you want. Pick the price you want to go in at. If you're shorting, you sell. And if you're going to go long, you buy. Let's just do one to show you how you can do it. Give me a second here. Well, that was a new one on me. I had to look it up. A displaced moving average. I don't know that. I mean, I know what the term is now. I've never seen that term though. I'm going to say no. We don't offer a, if that's what you're talking about, a displaced moving average. Yeah, simulation is available in the standards. If you don't care about auto trading anything, then you don't need a then you know the simulator works perfectly well. And I don't listen. If you're new to trading, forget about auto trading. Okay, you want to practice? Just all you need is our standard service and connect, and then you can practice trading. All right, you don't need. Ah, okay. I looked up DMA and it was a displaced moving average. That's the first thing that came up. Well, yeah, I mean, if you connect to an Interactive Brokers account, then you can trade within Trade Ideas using, as long as you're connected to your Interactive Brokers account. That Brokerage Plus intro explains everything. I just want to find one to do a simulated trade in. Boy, this one is now really collapsing again. I mean, guys, this has been a really great day for the AI. I mean, 17%, 19, almost 20% now. These are two shorts. The ANF, even, you know, it's pulled back somewhat, but it has been a great day for the AI. Yeah, Dan, what you should do is, I don't know how they do the proration, but contact Kelly at trade-ideas.com and she will figure out how that works. I don't know. I don't get involved in the accounting at all, so I'm not sure how that works exactly. Just make sure when you contact her, you give her the email address that you use to sign up so she can check your account, okay? You guys were mentioning AMRN before. Yeah, that VBIV, I mean, it's trying to hold 5, but... So you can do things with the simulator also. Let's just say for argument's sake that I only wanted to take this trade at 521 if it broke the high here. So you can do things like that. So I'll show you how you can do that. So let's say I want to take 200 shares and I'll put the price I want to get in at. Put it in both boxes. I'm going to buy. So this is now, you see right on the chart, is a conditional buy order at $5.20. Okay, $5.20 for VBIV. So if it hits that price, it'll take the trade. So I'm going to leave it there. You could also, of course, done it on a pullback. You could have said, well, you know what, if it pulls back to a certain price, that's where I want to get in at. Just the reverse. You just put the price in both boxes, click buy, and it'll right on the chart, it'll show you highly visible exactly where your buying point would be. Now I can always at this stage, you know, if I wanted to take the trade right now, all I would have to do is just drop this line right to the price and it would take the trade. Or if I wanted to adjust it, even if I want to adjust it down a little bit further. So you can move this around. So I just want to show you a simulated trade, okay? So let's just, I mean, this is not, I wouldn't necessarily do this because of these topping tails here, but I just want to show you how you can do, I'm going to take 200 shares. I'm going to buy at the market because the spread is only 2 cents. So it just took 200 shares of this, of the LIND. I'm going to put a stop in now, right at the bottom here, 892. Again, I'm just showing you how you can do this. So that stop will appear right on the chart. Okay, there it is. So if I allow this trade to move down to 892, I'd lose $35. Okay, this is in the simulator. I can put a target if I want. Add the target. Okay, and you'll see that'll appear on the chart also. So there it is. So there's 950. So if the stock went up to 950 and I just let it work in auto mode, then it'll take me out for an $81 gain. I can always move this line up and down. I can use this as a trailing stop. Let's say the trade really starts to work. I can start moving my stop up right on the chart. Of course, I don't have to use the chart. I can do it right here manually. If I want to get out of a trade, want to get out of this trade, for instance, this Zuo trade from yesterday, I just flatten it. Okay, so now I'm out of the trade. These are hotkeys. I can get out of half my trade or I can double it. So again, guys, I encourage you to use our simulator if you're new to trading. It uses our real-time data. Doesn't matter what brokerage platform you have. You don't even need to have a brokerage platform. Okay, so when you say the buy and stop, so the buy is a separate, well, the buy is a buy order, and then the stop, it's another order. So if the price went down to that level, it's an order to take me out of the trade, if that's what you mean. No, the stop is, you have to, when you go into a trade, you should always know when you're going to get out. Not every trade is going to work. All right, so you have to have an out. You can't just get into a trade and just assume it's going to work for you. If it moves against you, you have to have an out. And typically what we like to say, what I like to say anyway, in Real and others, is to have, let's just say for argument's sake, and how much you're going to risk per trade will have a direct correlation to your account size. So let's just say for argument's sake, you want to risk $100 a trade. If the trade goes against you, you don't want to lose more than $100. That's an example. So, if you have a $100 account, obviously you can't risk $100. I'm exaggerating. But if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade, as an example. So you have to have an out. That's one of the key things to staying in this business is money management. All trades are not going to work. Well, it's a conditional sell. I mean, it's a sell. It's a stop. It's getting out of the trade. It doesn't work. Get out of the trade, move on. Maybe you were early in the trade. You can always you can always look at it again, or you just completely just move on and forget about it. Well, the simulator is part of the program. All you have to do is just, again, this is only part of the app though. If you are using our web-based version, it's not, but all you have to do is click on New and Brokerage Plus. So it's part of the program. It's not a separate program. So when you say, is there a direct link? I mean, it's just from within our program, New, Brokerage Plus, and then connect to the simulator. Hey, no problem. All right, guys. So 11. Wow, what a fast morning. So unfortunately, I have not been able to pay too much attention to these channel breaks. And boy, there's been spectacular ones. I don't know, William, if you got into auto, AUTO, auto. I'm going to start paying a little more attention right now. Well, I guess real what I was saying though is that in the simulator you start off with $100,000. Okay, that's what we give you in the account. But if your account size is $5,000, like don't start taking $10,000 trades. Like 5,000 shares of a $2 stock as an example, just because you've got $100,000 in the simulator. Try to don't just use it as a game. What would you really do with a $5,000 account? Okay, so Cliff, are you talking about using our channel bar? Are you talking about going? I'm just answering somebody in the YouTube feed. Are you talking about when you click on the channel bar and you're going through the different channels? I think that's what you're talking about, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the channels are layouts, and you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So that is so so if you're going to flip through all the channels, then yeah, they're just going to be replaced every time. I could show you a way, but I'm going to just say no. Okay. Eventually, what I think will happen is that you'll start looking at the various channels, and you can start. Let's just pretend this was one of the channels. Okay. And you saw basic new highs and lows, and you liked what you saw, and you right click, and you go to configure, and you check to see what the filters are in place. If you like them as they are, or you can make changes. Maybe you want a different price range. So I'm talking about going into the individual windows from within the channels. So if you do like what you see, then what you do is you right click. Boy, this is going to get very aggravating here. I may have to go. Sugar. I may have to go back to the previous version. This edit chart. This is why we test. This is just going to keep multiplying every time I click on the chart or on a window. But anyway, what you do is you right click, and where it says save or share to cloud, okay, save it to the cloud. So the exercise then would be to go through the individual scans from the channels and pick and choose kind of the ones that look interesting to you. Once you've done that, then you can start creating a layout out of those windows. Then you can have your charts, and you basically just go file load, and you find the ones. If you've never done this before, you'll see them immediately. You click on it, load. Just load the ones you want, and then you create a layout. Okay, you'll have a layout that is created. Give it a name, file, save or share to cloud, entire layout. Give it a name and save it. So what you've done then is you've gone through the channels, you've taken out the windows that you think might be interesting, save them to the cloud, move on to the next channel, do the same thing, and then you can bring back the windows one by one. At that, so then you can have, and then incorporate it into your layout. You'll have the charts that you want. That makes sense. Also, the other thing what it can kind of confuses people is that they'll go to the channel and maybe they'll make changes. They'll look at one of the channels and they'll make a change to the price range they want, and then they go to another channel. Then they come back and their changes are not saved. The reason for that is that these channels are for everybody. All right, you can't make any changes because that would change them for everybody. So the fact that you might want a different price range or a different volume or whatever, that's you just can't do that because these are channels for everybody. Yeah, not for us. I mean, we have news and all that, but it depends. How far back it's going to go. I don't know if it'll go back to the previous quarter. There have to be some websites out there that'll do that. So I also like to have this max P&L and the distance from exit columns up. This is what I like to see. The max P&L, what that means is, well, that's telling me right off the bat. When it says 0, that means when I got into this trade at 9:10, it didn't even go to 9:11. Okay? Because if it had gone above 9:10 at any point, you would start to see what the max P&L could have been had you got out there. I also like the distance from the exit price because what that's showing me when I do exit a trade, that's telling me, okay, where is it? What is the price now compared to when you exited? So, I mean, if you were long something, what you really want to see, you want to see a big minus number here, which would mean that it is below where you exited, which would be good, obviously. If you see a big plus number, that would mean, well, I guess I didn't exit. My exit wasn't great because I've left money on the table. All right, one for the good guys. William, did you do AMRN? Real did. Oh, okay. So, guys, what we're talking about here is we're hoping, I don't know if Michael is listening, there's a lot of pressure put on him, but we're hoping that we're going to be able to finally get some this type of thing on our charts. Okay, this is what I'm looking at. These are linear regression. There's the upper end, there's the median, and there's the lower end. Looking at breaks of the high end for shorting. You can see what happened with AMRN, both on the 5 and the 15. We're hoping to get those sort of lines on our charts. Are you talking about within TradingView, the script I'm using, Mark? It is Midtown, okay? Linear regression, and it's Midtown's script. Oh, I don't know if it's going to be 2 weeks. Okay, Midtown. All right, guys, let's see. Egan was another one I was looking at. Wow, look at that. Yeah, not bad. 1239. It got, oh man, all the way down to 1191. Oh, Mark, if you're talking within TradingView, I can't really help you there. I mean, you have to. Are you talking about TradingView? I mean, you have to go to the little FX indicator area. But I'm not here to teach people how to use TradingView. Sorry. Yeah, thank you, Dan. Yeah, these are just. Yeah, so the beta. I don't know what the. I didn't know we had a beta version available right now. If it's this version I'm using, don't use it because you'll. Well, it may not matter if you're just clicking on alerts, but if you're right clicking, what happens is this edit chart and edit short just keeps multiplying. See what happened? I just clicked on it. Now it just keeps multiplying. Yeah, all you have to you go to FX, but you understand I cannot you know teach people how to use TradingView. But yeah, I mean just go to the FX and then you'll find it. Then just type in the search. Not a no, James. It does not come. We used to have free one-on-ones. I don't know. I don't know when we stopped that 2 years ago. We have way too many customers now. We just it was getting so backlogged. People were booking these things and they were 2 months out. So we don't do one-on-ones anymore unless you want to pay for it. Which I think is like 99.99 or whatever. I do have the snipping tool here, but actually I have I don't even know what it's called, but I have I've used the snipping tool. Snipping tool, it works well. But I'm using this guy here, the camera. It has other features that I like. Not even sure what it's called anymore. Epic Pen, that's what it is. Well, that was a delicious little short reel, the AMRN. I still really haven't found great bounces Place is getting close. PLCE is getting close. It did. Yes, Calvin, it did. On both the 5 and the 15. Yeah, I didn't find the IB charts were working the same way, so otherwise I would have stuck with them. All right, guys, so it is 11, almost 11:30 now, and that IPO has still not come out, XPEV. This is going to be super interesting, I think, this XPEV IPO. If you're not familiar with this, is China IPO, and it is being billed as the China Tesla. And the IPO price is 15. It'll be very interesting to see where it actually opens. And I think JP Morgan, let me just do a check again. Yeah, JP Morgan, Bank of America, and Credit Suisse are the underwriters, the managers, etc. Okay, so there are some heavy hitters behind this one. Yeah, I mean, this is a matter of looking at, for me anyway, Calvin, it's a matter of looking at the chart. Just because it hits, gets up to that area, of course, it doesn't mean I just take the trade. But for instance, if you look, I mean, you can see right there on the 5-minute chart a couple of times, and then it broke down. The 15 almost the same, you see, but then it finally broke down. So I mean, great areas to short. Okay, so John C. Canada. The question is, how am I able to see whether or not there are shorts available? So, I mean, every broker is going to be different. My broker may have shorts, whereas yours don't. And then you look at another stock, and maybe yours does and mine doesn't. Okay, so I use Interactive Brokers. So all I'm doing is, if you have Interactive Brokers, and somewhere on, in your trading, if you don't have Interactive Brokers, but somewhere your broker will be able to tell you if there are shorts available. For me, it's pretty simple. I look at, I'm just looking at the order entry box in Interactive Brokers, and right underneath it, it says shortable. So if it's a big green dot, it means it's shortable. If it's a faded green, it means, well, we might be able to find some shares for you, but I don't even bother. And then if it's a big red dot, it means it's just not shortable. Now that's within Interactive Brokers. So that's why I always say not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. And people ask, well, why don't you have a filter for it? Because every broker is going to be different. So we can't put a filter that's saying, not shortable. Yeah, and I'm sure there are variations, Calvin. All I can say is it seems to work for me. I mean, I'm sure there are variations, but it seems to work for me. This is another one that's getting, I think, a little beaten up because of the XPEV IPO. Now, NIO is starting to recover. Yeah, so web designer, I know you asked that question a bit. You know, do I see any opportunities for this? First of all, I mean, others might chime in, okay? Um, you know, I just can't make, oh, look at this Amarin. I just can't make recommendations like that. I mean, things that are, you know, look, I mean, look at Digital Ally. I mean, maybe after a pullback, it might, though I don't like this stock ever. Don't like this stock. And you're absolutely right, Calvin. Okay, now you see the Lind, LND, okay? You see how now it says maximum P&L now is 17 cents. I mean, this could be an interesting one. You know, I mean, in the simulator, it's certainly got room. It's decent volume, 500,000, almost 5 times normal. Low float, 25 million. Again, I'm not. This is not a recommendation. I'm not telling you to take the trade, but you know, you just have to look left. Looking left, you see the next high. Looking left on the daily is $10. So I mean, this has some room. But I am not telling you to take that trade. This is not a recommendation. It's just pointing something out. It is rocking. Oh, boy, this is aggravating. No, I must have set these. I must have had all this done times previous. Well, it's in the single stock window. If you can't see in my single stock window, I've got something called relative volume right there. And so you see a number that says 3.79. That means it's 3.7 times normal up to this point of the day. That's where the so it's in my single stock window. Oh, there are a lot of people. I mean, you know, when I first saw that stock a few years ago, that's what I thought, and I have to be reminded that it isn't. Yeah. By the way, I don't go over this enough, I suppose, but I mean, if you can always zoom in. See if I can figure out how to do it. You can always zoom in on various areas of the chart. There's a little magnifying glass. I don't know where it is on yours. It's probably near the upper right-hand corner. So you can always zoom in various areas of the chart or of my screen. So you don't have to see everything. You know, you want to zero in on a certain area, you can just get the magnifying glass. Okay. All right, guys. ANF is starting to curl now a little bit. ANF is starting to curl back over that whole number. It's a pretty steep pullback, but it is starting to curl back. So if you have the AI, you know what I'm talking about. I mean, it's, as a watch list. Actually, there are a lot of AI alerts today. Probably too many for my way of thinking, but yeah, it's I see that real also. Ah, man, oh man. Price alert, where are you? There you are. All right, real. I'm in with you if you're in. On the EB. I may have to reload, guys. This is getting too frustrating for me. I'm going to have to go back to a previous build. So I'm going to shut this down and I'm going to go back to a previous build. Give me a moment here. Just give me a minute, just finishing loading here. So the problem with it is now we're going to miss the previous ones, but that's okay. Let me make sure. Yeah, okay. Okay, just give me a moment here, guys. Just have to do a couple other things. Okay. Luckily, the program loads so quickly, even though I went to I just had to go to a previous version, guys, because this duplication of what, I mean, it's a good idea. I know what they're trying to do, editing the buy and sell, but it just has to, that's why it's a beta. That's the first time I've seen something like that in a beta that is so obvious, as say, we'll call it a bug. Now I can do this. All right, guys, 11:39, so getting close to my break time. Take a break at about 5 to 12 to 12:30. Niall's on the recovery here, guys. I'm surprised this EP or XPEV has not opened yet. All right, guys, I'd be really watching this OSUR now. I mean, it's 1072 is that 200 day. There's the area. It is still hanging around. You know, if you get some volume in here, this could have a nice little recovery. I mean, this might be a tremendous overreaction to the Abbott news, which is, you know, hit a lot of these stocks. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick a price alert just over 11. I'll make it 1104 or so, and see if later on this starts to recover. Whoops. With some volume, okay? Only if it recovers with volume. Yeah, no, I agree, Rob. That's what we were all thinking, that with the XPAV coming out, just surprised it's not out yet. Now, I may be wrong. I mean, look at this, and we're starting to get another red bar. I mean, if it takes out the lows of the day, which is 1048, I mean, all bets are off again for the OSUR. So you're obviously shorting it, Lily. I'm just looking at Tesla. Unbelievable. Now we're looking at Tesla at $2,200. Like, it's just sort of matter of fact, you know. All right, guys, I might be exiting my EB short. See how this trades right around this area here. Let's see, get back into the 30s. I'm short at 1042, so I just so I'm basically flat right now. Yeah, there it goes. Okay, underneath again. Well, let's see if this big topping tail, that's a pretty, three of them now. Big topping tail in the 15s. Oh yeah, I know, Cam. It is unbelievable. Hmm. I'm going to give this too much more room. I'm out, guys. I'll take a look at it again, but right now I'm out. I have no idea. I mean, obviously, a stock like Apple and Tesla, stocks like Apple and Tesla, and most of them who do forward splits, they're usually name companies. I have no idea, Cam. You'd have to somebody else who maybe I'm sure there's something out there that has tracked situations like a year later. This is what's happened when a stock does a forward split. But market conditions, of course, always are going to be influential too. But off the top of my head, no, I don't know. I mean, look at Apple. They did their what 1 for 7, 2, 3 years ago, 4 years ago. Can't even remember anymore. Obviously, it did well, but does that mean it's going to do well again? Okay, just a moment. 2014? Are you kidding me? Is it that long ago? Oh, just a second. Man, time is flowing. I cannot believe it. 6 years ago. Yeah, that's a precision trading. I thought actually that we were getting rid of that. There was talk about getting rid of that a few years ago. I was surprised to still see it there. No, I don't think he's working on that. It's something else. I can't. I really can't. It's something else. It's just math. It's just simple math, you know. All right, guys. I just have to see who is on the YouTube feed today. Taking over for me at noon. I think it might be Jamie. I think it might be Jamie today. Starting to get the schedule down now. So when you say can you configure the AI, no. If you're asking, well, can I only look at stocks with a certain price range, things like that, no. There's no configuration with the. I mean, the only thing you can do is if you only want to see long alerts versus short alerts, you can do things like that. But other than that, no. I hear the mower outside my window. Yeah, okay. So Jamie, so if you guys are interested in hearing what Jamie has to say, you can go into the YouTube feed at noon. He'll be there for an hour. Jamie Hodge is one of our. In fact, he's the first guy I ever talked to at Trade Ideas. I'll give you the link to YouTube. Hopefully that, well, it doesn't really matter, but that XPAV, I was going to say on my break, if it comes out, it's not that I'm going to buy it right off the bat. Oh, absolutely. You can, I mean, you can manually exit a trade. Absolutely, Helena. In fact, look at the AKER as an example. I mean, that got down to 272 from 337. I'd be getting out as it was ramping up towards 3 as an example. But of course, you can do, I mean, you completely you can manage your trade. I don't know about this EB. It just doesn't seem to be dynamic enough on the way down. It's giving a little bit, but I guess you can guess I'm back in it. Okay, cool. I'll take a look at it, Calvin. It's just that's just a. It's not a layout, right? It's just a one scan. All right, let's just take a look. Okay. Thanks for that. Oh, shorting. It's a short, but I'm not loving it. I mean, it's got to really get back into the low 40s. I'm back in at 1052. But I'll be taking my break pretty soon, so I don't know what I'm going to do with this. I was just getting too spoiled with these channel breaks, working almost immediately. Wow, this pet is not over. Look at this. It had the big pullback down to $1.60. But look at it now, ped. Low float, 8.5 million float. Look at the volume, 89 million shares. So it's traded the float basically 10 times the float. Meanwhile, DPHC just continues to make new highs. One of the SPACs had an interesting day, crazy day yesterday. Look at the topping tail there, 1712. The bottoming tail, 1560. Basically, it basically opened where it closed, or closed where it opened. But look at it rip now. How is graph doing? Nothing. How's the FMCI doing? Really nothing. Well, so this one is really kind of taken over. The D as the leader of the SPACs. DPHC. Look at this. Somebody's going to have to refresh my memory. Who are they after? Again, I'll write it down. That's the one. Lords. Yeah, such a crazy. Lordstown Motors. Okay. So guys, I'm getting out of this one again because I have to take my break. So I got out of that one basically another couple penny loss for the EB on the short. Just not dynamic enough on the way down. For me anyway. Yeah, well, this is more of a news halt. Okay, our halts resumes. If it doesn't say volatility, that means, and it usually will say news halt because this is all linked with PED, PED. So this is more like a news halt. Okay, thank you, Jamie. Okay, so Jamie's in the YouTube feed. I'm going to. Okay, thank you, Jamie. Okay, so Jamie's in the YouTube feed. I'm going to.
Okay, hi everybody. Welcome to my desktop. Now is the hour for the live support session. I'm Jamie. I'll be your host for the next hour. Hello to everyone. Happy trading. Happy Thursday. If someone would be so kind as just to let me know via the chat panel that you can see and hear okay. Thank you very much. Happy day and Aya. All right, we're good to go. Let me do a little minimizing here. Piton. Okay, well, let's see what Piton's up to. Getting a little weak as we got that 15-minute close below that fast line there. And it's kind of in this chop over here. Doing some okay volume today. Looks like we got relative of the 2.2 persuasion. Let's take a minute here to get my pen in case I need to mark something up here. Where are you at? Epic pen, there you go. All right, so just a friendly reminder, this is the live support session, so any questions that you have about TI in general, this is a great place to get those questions answered in real time. Just scrolling through a couple things here. Had a nice little breakdown just recently in this CCH from the 1604 area. I heard Barry talking about some position that he was closing, just not acting as frisky as he wanted it to the downside. Looks like this little guy got pretty frisky very quickly. And of course, this guy also exhibiting very good relative volume. 4.73, 44 million shares in the float. Not exactly what we would consider low float of 20 million or less, but not that big of a float in any case. And while I'm waiting for any questions to come through here, boy, it's just, well, let's see here. Give me my pointer back. It's just up, up and away in my beautiful balloon known as the Spy. Of course, the Qs bust out quite some time ago. But now the big index is finally at all-time highs. Today's Thursday. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4. And tomorrow's Friday. Will it be a 5 consecutive up days in a row? Or are we going to pull back a little bit? Look who's coming through the all-time high ticker right here. Walmart. Been seeing a lot of these big retailers come through here as of late. I have not confirmed this, but there's chatter out there. If somebody might have some information on this, Walmart and Microsoft going to try to buy TikTok? Or is that a rumor? Like I said, I've just heard rumblings. That sounds kind of crazy. Is there a way to see historical pics of the Holly AI? They seem to disappear after a while. Well, I can't necessarily speak to historical picks. I can speak to the history of the AI, which is easily attainable. All right. As we can see here, Holly's been quite busy today. What do we have? 6 and 11 and 2.0 has remained silent, so 17 signals today. However, hey, what's up, Mike? These are all of today's trades, but let's say we wanted to see yesterday's trades. We just give it a right click, come over here to history, and show yesterday. Now, Holly a lot less active yesterday, but these are all of yesterday's trades. If we wanted to see trades from the 25th, today is the 27th, yesterday was the 26th, but let's say we wanted to see trades from the 25th, we'd simply come to time frame. I like to do it like this, and we would just dial in that date, hit OK, and now we're only seeing trades from the 25th. So this history goes back just as far as the alert window history, back, all the history that we use for backtesting, approximately 60 to 64 trading days in there. Right about 3 months on the calendar is how far you can go back and review the Holly trades. And of course, every time Holly enters a trade, it's going to leave an arrow on the day for historical purposes as well. So, you're scrolling through a stock, you see all these buy and sell tags. That was every time the AI issued a signal on that specific stock. All right, Cliff. Looks like that got you the information that you wanted there. AMC was kind of interesting this morning through this window right here, which is looking at stocks doing extremely high relative volume. Well, I call it extremely high. Don't really start watching this window until 15, 30 minutes in. Let things kind of settle out there, but as long as the stock is doing 4 times relative volume and has traded at least 100,000 shares today, I want to take a look at it, looking for the smaller caps on this. Maximum price of 17. It's been spitting out some pretty good things as of late. AMC came around right after this little break here had been made. Really good momentum play on this little opening range breakout here. And then not too long after that, Holly called it right up here at 664. Coincidentally, the thing did go up here and tap 7 as well. I believe the high was 7 there. Yep, 710. It's always nice when you see something that looks good, then shortly thereafter the AI is zooming in on it as well. And sometimes the AI spits one out, and then the pattern sets up. So that's always something to pay credence to. You get that double confirmation. It's always a good thing. Statistical probability backed up by an additional chart pattern or vice versa. Been watching this one this morning. I thought I was going to get a little traction here, and it did. And then now we're right back down to lows. Kind of keeping my eye on this one because it's been riding this 10 period pretty nicely. A little consolidation area up here. It'll be interesting to see if this one can stay strong. We get a close below that 10 period, might be time for a little pullback. We get a close above it, well, the game is on for potential breakout. If we zoom back in time a little bit on this one, you can see it's going to be a 1, 2, 3, 4th time knocking on that door. Either the door will open or it will slam shut. Can even get a little bit bigger view if we go back a little bit further. These are the monthly candles that we're looking at here. Definitely going to keep my eye on MIT-K. All right, questions panel is open. Looking at these stop hits on Holly right now. None of them really perking my interest too greatly here. Notice this guy right here is well below the stop area. I always like to see when Holly does get stopped out, how does it act around the stop area right here? Well, we're well below right here. Don't really have an interest in that one. But let's take a look at some of the others. This one acting a little bit better. This one, VNE. Very interesting. And I say that because here's a little test window I've been keeping my eye on here lately. Notice what's been coming through here all morning. VNE, VNE, VNE. Holly play as well. Came down here and tickled this area here before it was a Holly play. Right here and here and here. Then Holly calls it right here. Now we're back down here testing this stop area. Now if this stop area acts as a pretty good pivot point, if this thing acts like it's never really going to go below there, well, that's going to be good information. Good information. As I was just recently talking about, hey, when one of your windows produces something and then maybe Holly has a signal on it later on or before. That was before I even realized V&E had exhibited those characteristics. Well above all of its moving averages. So we'll see. We'll see how this one holds up. All right. Questions panel is open. Let's just go ahead and talk about what's going on in this window here. If you notice the alert that's being used, this is one that I haven't played around with in a very long period of time. But recently, I get a lot of requests, from different traders all over the place that use trade ideas, talking about, well, I want to know about prints. I want to know about, in other words, a print from the time in sales, could be 100 shares, whatever, volume related type metrics. But when we're talking about actual transactions, that's a little bit different. We could call those prints. So we've got this alert that's been around for a very long time, probably one of the first alerts that we ever put out, unusual number of prints. So I'm like, okay, well, let's see if I can find anything interesting here. And this one's been spitting out some pretty interesting plays, and I've been back testing this for a little swing trade, I think of about a day and a half. Let's see here. Yeah, here we go. Looking for a swing trade to get out at the open day after tomorrow. And it's showing a little bit of promise here, but not quite ready for prime time. What I really like is the big spread between average winner and average loser. Take a look at the daily here. Not spitting things out all the time, but that's not necessarily bad. Much bigger winning days than losing days. And we can see over here 11 winning days in a row. Most losing days in a row 4, based on putting 2 G's into every trade, building in 3 cents of slippage. Not a bad equity curve there. So what I'm doing is I'm just kind of forward testing this one, watching it manually as the days progress. This is only day 2 that I've been watching it. PED. Let's take a look over here. First, I thought you were referring to an AI trade. Must have been from something else. And keep in mind, this is a 148 trade count over a 40-day period. So not quite 4 trades per day. But we can see here on the days where it does get active, how many trades could we have here? Let's take a peek. All right, 1 of 3, knocked it out of the park that day. Just more of an average day here. LMPX. This has been coming through a lot of different tickers as of late. Not a bad little buy there on that one. Let's take a look at a loser. Yep. Up here, came back down. OMP, not that bad. Not a bad little trade in ACEL. Probably left a little bit of money on the table on that one. 1070, and then it ran on up to 1250. But the good thing is, you know, if you're back testing with, well, if we're back testing with a day and a half hold, hell, depending on what the stock is doing, we can always alter that timed exit. Just trying to get a general idea of how these things would do, holding for a day and a half, 2 days, 3 days, so forth and so on. And of course, we could always say, hey, how big of a difference would it make if we held one more day? That's the beauty of the back test. Drop a little bit in our winning percentage. Also dropped some of our spread there. So it looks like right at a day and a half. And then of course, based on what stocks are being generated, checking out the daily would be our guide to decide if we wanted to take more risk. Let's see here. What do you suggest for the percentage to use with prints? Well, that's a good question. And a lot of it is just trial and error based on, you know, what we see being produced via the back test. In this particular incidence, I'm not really using any variable in the box here. I'm just primarily focusing on the alert and then going into optimization and fiddling with some of the filters that I think would be more applicable. Now, one thing that I've been meaning to do is just start fresh, and if we're using the unusual number of prints alert, well, maybe it would make sense to fold in average number of prints, you know. So when I do go back into backtesting mode, you know, lots of different filters to go and check out. But along that same line there, if you're curious, you know, so you bring up a good point, Siggy. So in the future, what I might want to do is just, and it's not present right now, is just have a quality column displayed. Because what the quality column is going to do, it's going to give me the value of the alert. Okay, in this case, unusual number of prints showing me quality of 5. But if I come to history, I could say, okay, over time as I'm watching these things, I'll start to notice, hey, this one worked really well. Okay, for example, if McKay manages to hold the 10 period over here and get a little bit stronger of a close, then I'll take note and go, okay, McKay was coming in at a 5 that day. Is there any correlation between that trade working or not working? Or, you know, Vine experiencing a 15. You know, is there any correlation between that high number and the probability of the trade working? Maybe, maybe not. We don't know until we start archiving that data or going back and reviewing it, and to see if there's any correlations. All right, question is, could you please tell me how to set up a scanner to detect the stocks that are making quick moves up and down? Sure, and there's a lot of different ways to skin that proverbial cat there. Put this back on real time. All right, so real quick here, these windows right here are showing me stocks. Some of them are moving up and down quickly. Some of them are not. If I go back to this example here, CCH, okay, notice that we had a range of some type. Boy, my I'm testing out a new charting functionality. I'm on the beta version, but every time I accessed it, it adds another field there, so my eyes are thrown off a little bit here. Um, what I'm looking for here is my horizontal line. There we go. Okay. So notice what CCH did here. We got the range break occurring right at this area right here, and then whoosh, we had this thing move down quickly. Okay. Now, pretty much why did it move down quickly? Well, it's doing a lot of volume today. All right. Notice the relative volume metric right here, 4.76. Stocks that are in play with big volume behind them. The big volume is no guarantee that the up or down move is going to be quick, and move significantly in a small time frame, but it's always a chance. The chances are greater. All right. So, this is one way to get the effect that you're looking for there. Hegdy. I probably butchered your name there, but I took a stab at it anyway. Let's see here. Another way is that we have a specialized set of filters, whereas this window right here, or these two windows for the up and the downside, are just using new high and new low respectively over here. We're going to get some stocks coming through here that are moving rapidly up and down. All right. But there's a lot of other different ways to do the same thing. So what we could do is we could employ a family of filters that we have here by the name of the change family. And if I just go to search here and we go to change, here is that change family of filters, and you can see smallest time frame 1 minute all the way up to 2 hours, right? So let's say we want to detect change in a 15-minute period. You can see here we could do that in either percentage or dollar amount. So we could add this filter and say, only stocks that have moved up at least 1% in the past 15 minutes, or for stocks going down, stock would have had to have gone down at least 1% or more in the past 15 minutes. So we could build that into our filter complement if that's what we wanted to do, or we could attach, we could use the top list method. In that case, we could, let's see here, let me just load up one of my good old standbys. It's easy to manipulate here. Alright, so here I have a top list just showing me some basic metrics: symbol, price, volume today, and market cap. Now, if I come into configure, you'll see not a lot of filtering going on here, just stocks between 1 and 20. Market cap of 100 million, I believe, is the minimum there. So this is just a very basic functioning top list. But I could use it also to track movements within those time periods. Let's just bring the change family back up one more time. And we can track one or multiple time frames. We could say, okay, let's watch 15-minute change, show the column. Let's also watch 60-minute change. No, I don't want all of those. Thank you. Okay. Now I've added those columns, and now we can see how much each one of these stocks has moved either in the prior 15-minute candle or the prior 60-minute candle. And of course, by double-clicking on the headers here, we can sort. So now we're seeing, okay, these are all the stocks on the list that made the biggest move in the prior 60-minute candle here. And if we change this to 60, then we can clearly see AMSWA in this prior 60-minute candle right here. Keep in mind it has to be the one that just closed. Can't be the active one here. Has to wait for the close. So this little guy moved up 4.4%. But before that, looks like it took a big header here. What's the high-low on that candle? Let's see. 1765. And the low was 1532. So a little 2.2 point shimmy there. But then in this candle right here, we had an up move of 4.5%. How could we make this as an alert window? Okay, well, for example, we could, let me just duplicate this alert window. And basically we would just fold whatever time frame and minimum or maximum move into the filter mix here. Okay, let's do that. 10% up in 2 minutes. All right. Probably going to have to thin this out a little bit. Let's see here. We're going to leave it as is just to see what happens here. It's probably going to get real thin here, and if it does, then we'll make adjustments here. So let's see. Stock moved up 10% in 2 minutes. Okay, so real quick here, I'm curious how much this one filter would thin down the overall market, much less adding this requirement to this filter set. So I'm going to click on the show me icon. I'm going to go to the histogram. Okay. Notice what we're seeing here. I went to histogram. I've got minimum 10% move in 2 minutes, market in general. Okay. Watch what happens when I remove this metric. It's showing me how many stocks trade ideas started watching before the market opened today. It's always right around 8,000, maybe a little less, maybe a little more. But when I put in a 10% move in 2 minutes, look what happens to the count here. What if I go 1% move in 2 minutes? Oh, we got 30 stocks meeting that criteria. Okay, so if I attach 10-minute move or 10% move in 1 minute, it's going to have nothing. Okay, especially when we fold in, if I use this option, all my filters, right? So we could use 10% in a 2-minute period. We're just not going to get hardly anything. But before we do that, let me just do one more check here. I'm going to remove all filter settings from this window, even the min-max price. So we're just looking at a list, and then I'm going to attach 2-minute move, change in 2 minute. We're just going to see if there's anything out there even close. Yeah, so it looks like out of probably 100 stocks that I'm looking at here, the biggest 2-minute move has been 1.8%. There's very rarely are things going to move that much in that time period. Not saying it doesn't happen, not saying that it doesn't happen a lot on some days, but today just doesn't seem to be. Let's add some more stocks to look at here. Let's go to time frame. Let's go to record count. Instead of looking at 100, let's look at 500 stocks. Okay. FPay just moved up nicely, about 5% in a 2-minute period. But you see what I'm getting at here. That setting is a little steep. Looks like if we're looking at 500 stocks at random, the biggest one is up 5% in a 2-minute period here. Let's just go to 2 minutes, and you can see here that prior 2-minute candle making that 5% move there. Well, I can make the alert for you if you really want that up 2%. It's just you got to keep in mind it's probably not going to spit out a whole lot. But let's do this. Let's just start this window from scratch here. And if we were going to use that metric, probably the alert that we would want to use would be running up now. And the reason I say that is because this alert looks at the 1-minute time frame for rapid bid increase. So it kind of seems like it would be perfect for that type of thing. And then if we want to dictate the minimum move, we'd have to attach that change. And we'll just go back in history and we'll see how many times this has occurred. So if we say 10 minutes, or excuse me, 10% in a 2-minute period, and I'm not even going to bother inputting any filter sets here because we just want to see if there's anything out here that's doing this, and I'm sure there is. So we got the running up now, we got change in 2 minutes, 10% or more, and let's just take a peek at the history here. Let's just do all. Okay. So we are getting some pretty decent hits here. All right, I'm just going to scroll. Obviously, you can see the times here. I'm on Central Standard Time. Market opens at 8:30, so evidently this one is spitting them out pre-market too. Let's just throw pre-market up here. Gonna have to go a little bit smaller on my time frame though. All right, so you can see here, down here, this was 30 minutes before the open. MYT did take a nice little run in a 5-minute period there. Let's get on down to the open here. Let's see, the first one out of the gate today was RYI. Yeah, so for a small dollar stock, it ran up $1.79 in less than a 1-minute period. That's a 5-minute candle right there. But you can see there, the description column is feeding us the information from the alert. SWTX, PED. Somebody else was talking about PED earlier. All right, well, let's take a look here. Where did my single stock window go? Where are you hiding? There we go. Oil and gas news. Well, looks like there's several things out today. After hours, that was yesterday. International business machines. Permium skyrockets after Pedevco shows buying interest. PED is prime for evaluation with beta value of 1.15. So a few news headlines coming through our ticker today. Nice little gap up there. What did we close at yesterday? Some ridiculous amount. 79 cents. Opened at $1.50. Currently at 241. So if you went home long PED, you're a happy camper today. Okay, so question coming through, can you limit Holly AI to your own symbol list? Good question. It's a question that we get frequently here. Unfortunately, no. There's no way to input, there's no way to tell the AI what to look at. It's kind of the opposite, okay? The only trades that the AI will produce come from the strategies that it came to the session with, okay? So these are all the strategies that Holly came to the session with today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 strategies made the cut after last night's analysis. 9 strategies out of, I don't know, approximately 35 to 40 core strategies that the AI analyzes, backtests, and optimizes on a nightly basis. We've got a proprietary scoring system in place. So after all of that is done, after all the AI heavy lifting is done from computational standpoint, it's only the strategies that meet the minimum on our scoring system that will make the cut for tomorrow, for example, after all the analysis is done tonight. So we might have same number of strategies, we might have more, we might have less. It just depends on what the AI discovers. Now, having said that, the only trades that can be produced would come from these strategies today. So a strategy is a very complex set of filters with an alert attached to it. So it's only when all of those things line up that a strategy trade is put forth by the AI. So you see, there's no way to give the AI input. The strategies are already there based on last night's analysis. If the strategies fire, that's when the signals are produced in real time. Now, on that same topic, we've been working for quite some time on a version that would allow the user to go, here you go, AI, here's a symbol. What can you tell me about it? Can you analyze it for me and give me a buy or a sell signal? Well, not yet, but we're still working on something like that. it has been a concept that's been floating around for quite some time. In other words, a user different version of the AI that would allow user input. But that is still on the drawing board with no solid ETA. Yeah, Cliff, there's a great little series of videos that I can point you to here. Give me a second, and I'll drop that into the chat panel here. Okay, this link here is for the 4-part TI University series. If you haven't watched it, it is a great little 4-part series. Starts from the very beginning, goes over a majority of the trade ideas functionality. So if you haven't watched this 4-part series, it will sure help you get over the learning curve sooner than later. Also, once you click on that link, you're going to be pulling those videos directly from our Trade Ideas YouTube channel. So you can always go in there, type in your topic of interest into the search field within our channel, whether it be AI or backtesting, and lots of videos in there on those specific topics. Yeah, no problem, Cliff. Well, it feels like it's pretty quiet out there right now, but it's not. Getting some nice little downside action here in the SPY. Good grief, that just keeps multiplying. It's like what's that old movie? A gremlin? If you fed it after midnight? Okay, so for the past hour, we've got a nice little grind down here in the SPY from about the 350 level down to 348. Gold and silver a little weak on the open. Nice strong open. Then they sold it off. Looks like probably the same thing in silver. But looks like the bounce is trying to put it in. If you take a peek over here at gold, this nice little run and breakout had to stop. Party had to come to an end at some point. Nice little floor that's developing down here. Acting as support for now. Be good for the gold bugs if we get a strong close and we stay above the 15 over here. And, or excuse me, the 10 over here on the 15-minute chart. And it'd be nice if we could get a close above that 10 period on the daily as well. Alrighty, questions panel remains open. Yeah, getting back to this this window here that I was putting together for Mr. H. I'll just call you Mr. H instead of butchering your name there. So this guy's producing some plays, not too many, but then again, there aren't that many things doing that type of move, and it looks like most of these are going to be coming, a lot more likely to happen closer to the open. But I'm just checking out some of the prices here. Notice 65 cents, 29 cents. So it looks like there's a lot of low dollar stocks coming through here. And, once again, there is no volume filtering. So, Mr. H, would you like me to just leave it as is and then you can add min-max price or average daily volume, or would you like me to go ahead and add that now before I drop the cloud link into the chat panel for you? And while I'm waiting for that input, I see Amelia. What is trades today? Okay. Trades today. Column down here. Okay. If you're talking about this column right here, then this is how many trades each strategy has produced today. Because if we kind of circle back to, okay, these are the strategies that the AI came to play with today. Just because a strategy makes the cut does not necessarily mean that it's going to generate any signals if all of the filter criteria and the alert are not met. So this is telling us how many trades each strategy has produced today. So pullback long, 6, pushing through resistance 5, breakdown short 3, pullback short 2, and count to Monet 1, whereas these guys here have produced 0 trades. So that's what trades today is referencing there, Amelia. Oh, let's check in on one of the most loved and hated stocks in the market, Tesla. Not looking like it's going to slow down anytime soon. On the same topic, in the same biz, this little guy broke out recently. It's also one of the holdings in our little in-house hedge fund, brought to you by Mr. Anley Lindloff. Spotted this one not too long ago, and boy, it has not disappointed. NIO basically being referred to as the Chinese Tesla. Five, 6, and 7-seater electric SUVs. So the future is electric. But where does that electricity come from? Right, Amelia. So once again, referencing the trade count here. So pullback long shows 6 trades. Okay, so that's 6 different trades. So if I come up here, I could sort the strategy or the trades blotter by the name. Okay, so pullback long. I sorted by strategy name. Now we're going to see 6 trades from pullback long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So 6 different symbols. Okay. If we look here and here, these are all the 6 trades. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and box. I missed that one. So 6 unique symbols from pullback long, coinciding with the number 6 that we see right here in the number of trades today for pullback long. How is NIO and LI related? Let's see. LI is same biz, electric vehicles. NIO, Lee, and of course the King Daddy, Tesla. Let's see here. Let's compare NIO's metrics as far as market cap. Okay, NIO got a market cap 18.4 billion. Yep, that's not it. Lee, pretty impressive as well. 15 billion for Lee. Interesting. Okay, let's do a little experiment here. I think that's all I got. Let's go to weekly here. Okay, looks like Lee just came onto the scene as an IPO. I'm just going to guess here. Opened at 15.50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks of life. How long's Neo been around? Neo been around a long time. Looking at the weekly chart here. Let's go back even further. Here we are looking at a monthly chart for Neo. Monthly chart for Tesla. Lee, definitely the new kid on the block as far as being publicly traded anyway. And yes, Amelia, I do follow Holly every day. Every day I watch this trade blotter just like I would watch any other alert window or top list that interest me. And while we're on that topic, a lot of the times, a Holly trade, this OSUR was a fast mover today. Okay, I did not get a fill. I was running Holly in paper mode today via automation and did not get the fill in OSUR today because it was a fast moving stock. It moved down so fast that by the time my aggressive limit went out there, it was below that price. But whether you take an initial trade with the AI or whether an AI trade immediately goes in our direction, which is always nice. We always like that immediate gratification. But a lot of the times, a trade will not do that. I'm just trying to find a good example here. Okay, so this dollar trade or this DLTR trade right here. Okay, we can see in conservative mode, Holly closed the trade out in using a profit save option there, which is basically like a trailing stop. Took $8.25 out of this DLTR short based on risking $100. That's what these numbers are all based around here. You can see the short signal came out right there. And then we took a little leg down, and then we just kind of popped back up here. Stops way up here, so it never really even got close to the stop area. It just kind of ebbed and flowed right around this entry line here, right? The blue line. So it took its time. From the time that the entry was called, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, about 2 hours of sideways motion here. Okay, so we had plenty of time to get in there with the AI at that price, and even up here on these wicks, we had a chance to get a better price. Okay, so you see, sometimes the AI trades are going to go in the direction, whether it's long or short, immediately. Other times it's going to give you plenty of time to get the exact same price as the AI, or maybe even a little better price than the AI, and that's a good thing. Okay. Secondary thing that might be playing out here with this one. Boy, I got some house cleaning to do over here with these lines. Okay, and of course these are monthly candles. And it looks like my gremlins just keep multiplying there. Let's go back to daily. All right, so DLTR, Dollar Tree, it's peeled off pretty good from its short-term high up here. Looks like it's running into some pretty good, well, potential support is what we could call that. However, look what it's doing right now. We had a high put in early on, 1, 2, 3, 4 in the opening hour. It came down here and set its low, and we're already in it. Profitable from Holly if we took a signal initially, or even took it way over here, maybe got a little bit better price. And now it's just kind of figuring out whether it's going to break this opening range that it's set up or not. It's kind of iffy right here. I mean, we might, if we get a little traction, get down to these wicks here, so there might be a little bit more room if it gets really aggressive. Maybe we get down to these levels right here. But big area of potential congestion coming up here. But having said that, we still might get a little push here. Okay, a way to leverage this trade away from the original AI signal here if we get confirmation here. The volume is there, just depends on whether the seller has dried up or not. All right, Mike, just reading your question there. Yeah, sure. I'll share it with you. Just realize that, no guarantees. This is just an initial scan that looks promising. It's just something that I'm going to continue to watch on a manual basis here. Very sparse filter set. Okay. Now, you might notice the average daily volume here, and this was plucked from the optimization tab. It just stood out like a sore thumb. Why? I don't know. Why would just stocks that trade a minimum of 350 between 350 and not quite 400,000 a day work the best for this strategy? Don't know. It was there on the optimization tab. So you can see it's a very small kind of just random filter set here with the new or the unusual number of prints with nothing in the min box. So sure, play around with it. Let's run the back test. Let's see if it's the same. Also, too, the start and end time. That was all gleaned from the optimization tab. Also, something else to keep in mind. I'm pretty sure this one pegged a Kodak trade pretty well, okay? Which is probably going to explain this huge gap between average winner and loser. Now, something looks a little off here. Did I leave? Okay. Remember, initially it was at market open day after tomorrow. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So yeah. Let me just see if that's stuck when I go back here. Yep, okay. So yeah, no worries. Just drop that cloud link right in there. Give you something to toy around with. So keep in mind, just because something comes through here doesn't necessarily mean, and this was not geared for automation purposes. It's geared up as a manual window. Whenever I see anything come through, I'm just going to check it out. I'm going to pay a lot of attention to what's going on the daily. Okay, so for example, RESI getting a little weak through this 10 period here, but this area right here could act as a level of support. Okay, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. This is going to be a great ticker to basically create a watch list of stocks that I'm, number one, I'm getting turned on to them because there's a larger amount of transactions, so to speak, going off than normal prints, we could say. What was the other one that came through earlier? MITK. All right, so far, MITK trying to hold the line here. If this 10 period can support it and we get a close a little bit above that line or right on it, that's going to give me a little vote of confidence. Maybe I go ahead and take that trade towards the close. Maybe I give it another day or so. But in any case, MITK is definitely going to be on my radar moving forward. So I'm kind of backing into it. I'm letting the window say, hey, look at this stock because we've got an unusual number of prints going through. The back test looks pretty decent from a statistical standpoint. Now is it jiving with what I like to see on the daily, right? All right, looks like we got about 8 minutes till Mr. Barry comes back and takes the helm again. So if you've been sitting on a question, that'd be a good time. I don't think I've missed any questions here. All right, looks like we're caught up. Go back and take a peek at that one. Oh, speaking of Kodak, what is that thing doing today? Yep. If we really zoom out here, everybody was hoping. You can barely see the pink line, which is the 50 period. You know, day before yesterday, Steve Gomez pointed this out. He's like, you know what? If we get a close below that 50 period, it's probably not going to be very good. Sure enough, that's what we got yesterday. We're heading down again today. And it looks like Kodak is going to go, you know, we're into this. Let's see, what was the low there? $6. We're at 584. So yeah, now we're into this little gap right here. So it looks like Kodak, you know, not looking too good for the bulls and Kodak as we get into this gap here. Thank you very much, Mike. Are there any vids on doing back tests, or can that be used topic for evening lecture? Yeah, Siggy, that 4-part series that I dropped in the chat panel, I believe it's either section, I can't remember, it's been a while. It's either section 3 or 4 that goes into back testing as well. When you're in the YouTube channel, the Trade Ideas YouTube channel, you can find a lot of back testing videos in there as well. Okay, James, I would assume that if you got stopped out, I mean, is this a manual trade that you made? I mean, if you got stopped out, it was because, oops. Notice what my brain did there. I said you're long ped. I typed in long instead of ped. Well, I guess that would be dependent on, you know, were you expecting to get stopped out is what I'm asking. Did you get stopped out by surprise when you think you should not have gotten stopped out? Or, you know, where was your stop level, I guess, would be the important question. Ah, if ped is halted. Right. So if it is halted, I don't know why you would get stopped out. I mean, obviously it would only stop you out if the stock went down there and tickled your stop price. I don't seem to have my halt ticker up, but let's just pull it up. So 1104, ped was halted, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not seeing a resume as of yet, and I can confirm that because looking at 5-minute and 1-minute volume, we're seeing the zero values telling me that, yep, no trading going on in ped. Look at, it's only up 206% today. Well, James, I don't think you can get out when it's halted. But of course, you know, depending on ECN activity and whatnot through your broker dealer, you know, I'd love to give you an answer. I don't know the answer to that right now. All right, Mick, I'm reading your question there. How to stop us? Somehow doubled up the stop order. Right, were these click trades or were these automated trades? Or I'm assuming you're talking about where they were generated via Brokerage Plus, Mick? Yeah, and what I do constantly is every time I make an adjustment or make a trade or do anything, and by the way, you'll see I've just been firing off trades from a multitude of test strategies today along with the AI. But especially when I'm in a live account, okay, every time I make a trade, every time I adjust the stop loss, what I'm constantly doing is I'm going back to my orders tab, making sure I'm only looking at the live ones, and then making sure I don't have any double ups there, because that is a common mistake. You go in there and you adjust your stop, or you input a new stop price but forget about your old one. Or maybe you just go ahead and take profits on a stock, but you forget to cancel your stop order, so that later on you hear the British guy go, order filled, and you're like, what? And now you're long or you're short because you forgot to cancel your stop. So the easiest way to do that is to constantly, after every adjustment or every 30 minutes or an hour, you just go review your orders tab, make sure there aren't any orders on there that aren't supposed to be. So that's one way to do it. Um, if they've been generated erroneously manually, well, that's one thing. Um, and as long as the orders are going in, when you initiate a position, as long as that stop is going in uh, like it should, and not putting double stops in there, then this is a good way to to keep tabs on that. Another thing too is if you're in our paper mode, a lot of people will leave their trade ideas running from, say, like when the market closes today. They'll leave it running all day, all night, and then just jump back on in the morning, and that can cause problems. That's why we always recommend, before you start about your live or paper trading every day, you give trade ideas a good reset. You disconnect and reconnect back to IB or our paper mode, because if you leave it running overnight from the prior close, it can cause data issues. So it's best to give everything a nice reset before you go back into each and every session. Pending news. Well, and they're in the oil and gas business, I see. Yeah, I think for some reason, well, Amex halts, I don't know if there are any long. It seems like these guys can be halted longer sometimes than like a NASDAQ halt. Don't know exactly. Have there ever been any technical issues with AI using set stops? Well, there can always be technical issues. It would just depend on, where those technical issues are coming from. Sometimes disconnects can get in the way. A disconnect happens, a stop loss was supposed to be triggered, doesn't trigger because you got disconnected, your internet connection was interrupted, or there can be issues, but when everything is running smoothly, there should not be any issues. All right, ladies and gents, looks like we're 1 minute past the hour, so let me just tell Barry that he can go ahead and grab the steering wheel here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Barry is actively streaming again, so I'm going to go ahead and sign off for now. Glad I could be of assistance. Hope you guys are having a good trading day, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Happy Friday.
That long, but I'll just indicate back around 125. That certainly it should be on the. Okay, Don, thank you. So I'm going to do my video now. So I'll be back in your room also at about 125. Oops. Okay, good. Okay, guys, I'll put myself on mute in both rooms and I'll do my video and I'll be back at about 125. All right, guys, I'm now back. If you saw the video, if you're going to watch the video, you know that I actually did take this XPEV at 24, sold out at 24.63. It pulled all the way back, and I'm thinking, depending how this closes, this may be finally the one that I try to hold for a while. And what happened here? Yeah, guys, listen, Real is doing a heck of a job trying to keep you guys out of the stocks only room if you're off topic, okay? Stocks only, that's why we name these tabs the way we do. Stocks only. If you want to talk about a specific stock, here's where you want to do it. Everything else is off topic. All right, what's this one doing? AVDL on the way down. I don't know if this is again affected by Abbott. I mean, we can't keep thinking every single little bio that is moving down is affected by Abbott. Oh, I see what happened. I'm sorry. I put that news in the YouTube feed, but I forgot to press enter. Okay, that's why you didn't know I was doing my video. So when you post PED with a million question marks after it, Silver King, why are you doing that? Just out of curiosity? I mean, it's been halted, yes, for news. You basically just have to kind of check to see what the news is. We don't know what the specific halt news is, but you know, all the news surrounding Pez and Per is readily available. For 100 million in the float, this is pretty whippy. XPEF is fairly whippy for 100 million. Well, I don't know what's in the float. I shouldn't say that. I'm not sure. I do see that. Yeah, the OSUR is just trying. You know, I'm still wondering if that. Well, listen, if that next candle is green above the high of that red candle closing, this might give us a bounce play. Excuse me for the OSUR. They've just been beaten up because of the Abbott news. Oh, one moment, please. I shouldn't be on mute now. I shouldn't be on mute now. Guys, look at the OSUR. I mean, there's the red bar ignored. And you are obviously Vicky St. Louis, Mr. Real. Do we have a halt scanner that shows you the news? Well, we have a halt scanner, but then we have news here. Okay, Silver King. I mean, we have a news tab. Now, you know, a halt because of news on a PED. I mean, there's no real. I mean, you know, this is still the news. I mean, it's because they're going to acquire PER. But we have a halt scanner. It looks just like this. Oops, just like this. All those links are available to you in the YouTube feed. You just when you logged in, there are whole. You should see a lot of links that look like this underneath. Okay, a lot of links that look like this, starting with strong stocks up. One of them is the halt scanner. Okay, red bar ignored is, okay, let me take a look at OSUR again. It's a pattern. So if you look at OSUR, you see here we have an uptrend, then you have a red bar. This is on the 5-minute chart. Red bar totally engulfed by the previous green candle. The next candle is green, and of course it's above the high of the red candle. And this could so we call this a red bar ignored, kind of a pause in the trend. You have the trend, a pause, and then the trend continues. Okay? So that's a red bar ignored, and a green bar ignored would be just the reverse. You have a situation where you have a lot of red candles down, a pause with a green candle being engulfed by the previous red candle, and then the trend continues down. It's not 100%, of course, that the trend will continue, but that's the theory behind it. Just a momentary pause in the trend. Well, what do I think about it? I'm very interested to see how it ends up today. I want to, you know, for me, I'd love to see it close near the high and give people a lot of confidence that it was I mean, it's a $15 IPO, so it's, you know, good, nice percentage over that. There are 100 million in the float, so I mean, it typically that's a pretty big float. But you know, I mean, look what happened here. Basically, it halted. It got stopped at 25. 1, 2, 3, and almost 23 or 24.95. You can see if it takes out 25 at some point today, I may hop in this one, even if it's even just for an intraday trade. But that is not a recommendation. It's just my observation. Yeah, I'm going to say that's not because there's the 200 day is 1072. Well, I mean, you know, 25 could be very interesting. I mean, it stalled 3 times at 25. If it all of a sudden breaks through 25 on volume, who knows where it could go? But listen, IPOs the day of are you know, obviously pretty speculative. You have to believe in what, you know, this IPO in theory to if you want to swing it. So I mean, if you believe the hype that it's, you know, the Tesla of China. A top list that will show stocks. Well, I mean, you can just look at, you know, biggest movers over 20 days, over 30 days, things like that. You know, position in, we have a lot of position in ranges. So, you know, the position in the 6-month range, the 3-month range, the 20-day range, probably when did this really start? You know, you could try a position in 3 months range and the ones near the top, stuff like that. Or, you know, start off on the 20. So that would be a filter that I would take a look at. With other, then you have to put other filters in, price range, and. But if you want to find stocks that are, say, the top of the 20-day range, who knows? Maybe they're starting. You know, no guarantee that a stock that is at the top of the 20-day range is going to keep doing what Kirk did, but at least you'll see them. That make sense? So it's easy enough for you to construct it just using maybe that filter. The position in our day and our range filters are really powerful. I mean, you can see right here. This is the visual presentation. You know, right here. Now it's starting to move down. Obviously, on this day here, 8/21, August 21st, all this was green. And now, this is as a visual representation what is happening. Well, you're looking for ones that's starting. I mean, that's you know, there's no guarantee. Then look at the position in the 5-day range. Okay. I think we have that, or the 10-day range. I mean, I think the lowest. What is the lowest we have? Okay, so you can maybe take a look at stocks that are the high of the 5-day range. You know, this one right here, the high of the 5-day would have been right there. There's no guarantee this is going to continue like this, but at least you're identifying. If we knew that a stock that was at the high of the 5-day range would keep doing this, well, you know what would happen? We'd all be gazillionaires. Enthusiasm. CK, that's all it is. It's enthusiasm, or it's been priced incorrectly. We see that a lot, but look at, what is it, Big C? I mean, this is probably the craziest one. This was priced $22, and it opened at 67. Look at it now. I mean, here it is, just 2 weeks ago. And I think the price was $22. That's what it was priced at. But that's what you want to see. I mean, that drives the enthusiasm. You know, I don't know if they quote unquote they know exactly where something is going to open and they price it lower, then therefore they create this enthusiasm. Oh my gosh, look at this! It's 50% above the IPO price. I got to get in it. You know, everybody's scrambling to get in it because of that. Auto guys, boy, auto is, I think somebody's trying to short this one. It's getting interesting on the channel. Boy, when I was doing the video, I was showing ANF. What a collapse! Now, what's going to happen here? Lots. This is a huge base now for ANF over an hour, or about an hour. This is an earnings play. Very, very choppy, but it is calmed down now. Now we have to pick a direction. Not at the top and not at the bottom of the channel, so you know it's just kind of directionless right now. One of my stocks that I just don't like to try to even trade, but there it is, DGLY, and look at the volume that just came in. Look at the volume, guys. 1 million shares just came in on the 5 minute, and it only has 22 million in the float, and it's just, oh, it's Thursday. That's when the guys who maintain the yards, they come over, so there's mowers in the background, probably leaf blowers. Yeah, it's a leaf blower. Yeah, we do have a halt scanner. Yes. Again, if you look when you logged into the room, James. So when you logged into the room, right underneath there should be a whole list of links. One of them is the halt scanner. Here it is, halt resumes, okay? Oh, I see. I answered him. Okay. I think I answered him already. It is, I think I've said the Midtown. Linear regression, and it's Midtown. It's all, yeah, it's linear, yeah, linear regression, yes. Okay guys, it's gonna get noisy here. Let me know if it's too loud. I'll put myself on mute. You guys think it's loud for you? Think of how loud it is for me. Yeah, those leaf blowers, they do sound like some of those motocross vehicles. I do not live in a farm, no. You did not hear chickens once, no. All right, guys, I'm just checking to see any new alerts coming in. Well, this is a fascinating. It's fascinating, but this is interesting to me anyway. How Children's Place has had such a nice rebound. It had earnings on the 25th, got slammed. I mean, this was really slammed down hard, and now it's a nice rebound. So I don't know, just an overreaction to their earnings release, and now because this is a great recovery. And that's PLCE. See, so that did not really continue. They don't all work. This is again, remember, this is a beaten up stock too. Tiger, I should have been looking at Tiger because they are one of the co-managers, of the IPO for XPEV. And I think we noticed a bit of a run in Tiger this week here when I think it was doing the same thing with another IPO or was involved with I think it might have been another China IPO or was involved somewhat with one of the China companies. Boy, look at the volume that it poured into Digital Ally, GGLY. Well, maybe not. I mean, there's a big bottoming tail, though. I mean, that would have got me out of that trade. I didn't take the trade, but I mean, that would have got me out of the trade for sure. If I had got in here at 11:06, no way would I be still holding at 1086. Good night. You're taking off earlier and earlier, Real, which is a good sign. Means you're making all your money early and you don't have to stick around like I do. Hey, let's see. At 2 o'clock, I'm in that marketing meeting, so that'll break up my day a little bit also. Wow, Tiger. Hey, well, good for you if you can do that. Keeping an eye on Tiger for a short here, guys. TIGR, a big topping tail now. Just wanting to see if it... over the channel, yes it is. On both 5 and 15. Right at the channel on the 15, just a little under on the 5. Well, it may not be very much. I mean, if you look at the median, I mean, it depends where the median is. I mean, if you think that a stock will revert to the mean, you know, I mean, it's right now that's around 570. So, I mean, it's not going to be a lot, but on a percentage basis, it all depends. And, you know, I mean, this is all I'm looking at. So, I mean, there's the median line right there. So that's the whole concept is, you know, reversion to the mean. Doesn't mean it's going to stop there. Meanwhile, my goodness, ANF has gone negative. Not negative, no, just a new low for the day. So remember I was just talking about this one? What would it do? Well, that's what it did. 12.21, underneath 12 now. Now I see what you did there, James, with Gardeners Gone Wild. So guys, listen, I mean, in terms of shorting Tiger, this has to be completely up to you. I'm just, you know, saying it's at the top of a channel. It's getting, you know, you don't even have to see a channel. All you have to see is these topping tails. You know, again, topping tails give a big clue. Buyers tried, sellers knocked it down. Buyers tried again, sellers knocked it down a little bit. You know, it's still not clear. Yeah, so for my watch list, I look at about 10 different top lists once the market closes. So I'll look at the stocks, and unfortunately, I had to do a reboot of trade ideas, so we don't see all the early ones. But I look at all the symbols that are in the current watch list. They don't all trigger, of course, here, and then I check them all to see what they look like on the daily and the weekly and the monthly chart. And if I think they still might have some room in them, room meaning, you know, there's still a void or a gap in the daily or weekly or monthly, then I will then they'll probably make it to tomorrow's watch list. But then the overall, so that's what happens with the current watch list. And then to get new symbols, a lot of times, you know, it's just what did a stock do today? You know, was it super active? So I've got some scans. They're looking for super active stocks and different types of trends. I click on each alert. Again, looking at the daily, weekly, and monthly, and I then make a determination whether or not I think they should be added to the watch list. So it's really the big thing is how much room do these have on a daily, weekly, and monthly chart? You look at Laurel, you see why. I mean, this is why it made the watch list. So it had the day yesterday. So I look at this and I go, okay, looking left. I mean, it has a shot to fill in this void. How I came up with Laurel in the first place, that's sort of up to me. I mean, I've got a lot of different scans that I look at. That's what kind of takes the time once the market closes. Just because I leave you guys doesn't mean my day's over. Just kind of waiting on the tiger to see if it wants to break down at all. See the decreasing volume. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't think anybody can, give a definitive answer on the HAL. I mean, what is it doing today? So it's not trading at anything abnormally today. Again, all energy sector. I mean, it's what's going to happen on the weekly chart. I mean, you've got a couple of tops right there at 1680, 1690. So that's about $1 away. I mean, it's had a nice, definitely had a nice 4 months, 5 months. But I don't know if, I mean, it held today at anyway. It's trying to hold the 200-day moving average. But if it gave that up, it could easily fall. So it's hard to know. Well, what do I think about it is that I think if it closes over 25 somehow, if it gets back up to these highs, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4 attempts at 25. I think that'll create some enthusiasm going forward. I may take it. But I think, I mean, you either have to buy into this we are the Tesla of China story or not. If you buy into it, then okay. If you think it's a bunch of nonsense, then, take a pass. As it does have some good pedigree behind it with JP Morgan, Credit Suisse, and Bank of America. I think it'll be very interesting to see how NIO keeps trading. It's withstood it. I mean, there's definitely was some downward pressure, early on. Boy, ANF, look at this. Would surprise me if this goes negative. There's a big consolidation right there. You talk about hugging the median line. Look at this. Look at Prim. Boom, 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 boom. Right up there. Right on the median. Continuing to watch Tiger to see if it can hold under. It's just above the channel. Want to see if it can hold or if it's going to break down. You know, we're getting close to 6 also, so did this recover the way you're going? Wow. Yeah, nice recovery here. So, you know, maybe some of these will start to recover more. The OSUR. Somebody was mentioning the Fluidigm has had a pop, a little bit of a pop. Well, it started off with a flourish though, with the ANF. I mean, this was a big move in the when did they release pre-market? So this was a big move pre-market, and it looked really good. Now it got over the 200-day moving average. It looked very promising. So I don't know when you say bad earning. I mean, of course, I didn't. All I do is really look to see. Okay, how is it reacting to the earnings release? I don't dive into it. I don't know how they guided. Maybe online is doing really well. I don't know. But bottom line is this: did not hold. Talk about a choppy day for the SPY. Look how choppy this day has been. The 5 minute. All right, guys, it is 1:56, 1:57. So I'm going to put myself on mute. The marketing meeting is going to start. All right, guys, I'm now back and probably not going to do too much for the rest of the day. I've been watching that tiger. It's just sort of sitting there, TIGR, just kind of sitting there. I keep thinking if that bid ever drops and the ask catches up, maybe, but it's just kind of sitting 577, 580. Other than that, I'm not really that excited about anything to do for the balance of the day. I'll be shutting the room down at 3, so I only have about a little less than 20 minutes left anyway. All right, New Star Energy. What are you doing? New Star Energy just is at the top of the channel on the 15. Volume, okay, that's okay. 500,000, 1.5 times normal. It's on a bit of a run. You can see it's amazing how you can just sort of see how these stocks, I mean, there's a 15-minute run. You can just kind of see without even looking at the channel that it's probably very close. Anytime you see anything that looks like this, you can almost rest assured that it's going to be at the top of the channel. It's so okay. It's linear regression, and then the guy's name is Midtown. That's the one I'm using. So again, you see it right there. You see it's right at the top in the 15, not at the 5, but at the 15. I pay way more attention to the 5 to the 15. Maybe the 5 is a bit of a confirmation, but I definitely pay more attention to the 15. Okay, now I get this question a lot. Just look at the news, man. Okay, Ted. You know, it's been halted. You just have to look at the news. You know, offer to acquire. So it's been halted for a long time now. Just look at PED and PER. A lot of times, I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but I mean, a lot of times, you know, you just have to, if you did a Google search or looked at our news, you would see why it's been halted and why it's not moving. When it's going to open, anybody's guess. Well, no alerts. Everything is dried up. You too, Thomas. Yeah, I see you're into OPK. Yeah, not bad. Coming off the bottom here, 319, 336. Just to let you know, it's right at the top of the channel on the 15. Very strange looking channel. And I guess that's because it was flat right here. It's more like two parallel lines. Doesn't mean it won't pop through, but didn't see this one. This has been active in the past. This SY. This is a I'm sorry, not IPO, but a well, maybe an IPO here. But SY is a earnings play today. China earnings play. I haven't really seen it today for some reason. How is XPEV doing? Yeah, not great. Well, not great. I mean, not horrible or anything, but just not a lot. Look how the volume has just dried up. I mean, there's a lot of volume, 61 million. Ton of it in the first 15 or first 10 minutes. And then it's just kind of dried up. Will it have an end of day pop? That's kind of all I'm looking for. I have an alert set for 24 and one for 25. The one for 25 to me would be pretty key. Are you serious, Zach? I thought you posted the NBA is not going to. All right, just want to take a look at some of the ones that have not. No, that's the first little. That's the first little leg down for Tiger. I haven't seen something like that for a bit. So why not? I'll try this one. Big 5 cent stop on it and see what happens. So to round out the day. Maybe just a little scalp if it can just move. I mean, I don't expect it to move any further down than 26 or 560, but maybe just another little leg down to end the day. All right, guys, I'm just gonna put the message in here. Closing the room at 3 o'clock. Again, we'll stick around if there are questions. Does anybody moderate the swing trading? No, I mean it's up to you. I mean I look at it, I see whether when there's a post, but other than that, I mean, it's up to you guys to post there if you want. But nobody really moderates. I mean, I do every time I see. You understand? I mean, I do see when there's a post. I see a number, so I'll just check it, make sure there's nothing rude. No, go ahead, Cliff. What's your question? This is from the YouTube feed. There will be a Labor Day sale, yes. Labor Day is late this week, or this year. Yeah, because yeah, there's the Monday, the latest it can ever be. Oh, I see. Above Kirk. Well, again, when I get questions like that, I mean, I don't know. Um, I mean, it's had a rough 4 days. 4 days after the tremendous run. Maybe a bottom is in. You look here on the daily chart. Maybe that support 627. It got down to what, six, just underneath six. Maybe that is going to be support. Hard to know. Hard to know. But this has just all been wiped out. All this has been just about wiped out. 2 weeks, and this in the 4 days. 2 weeks of gains wiped out in 4 days. Is it over now? It all depends if this holds, really holds, this 627 level. You can see looks like reasonable support there, and yet it did get down to 601. Keep thinking there might be a late surge for XPEV, but we've got to get some volume. I mean, it's great volume first day, but there are 100 million shares. So I was just checking to see any of the ones that did not trigger today, because maybe the volume wasn't there, other reasons, and that's trying to see how does Sig do. This was sort of intriguing to me. Signet, see if it would have it go on a bit of a run. Not really. I mean, look at that monthly chart. I mean, it has room. You can see that it hit the high this month, the same as the high of a couple of months ago, 1767, and this 1796, so very close. Yeah, you can see that if it can ever really stay above 18, it has a shot. I mean, I don't know if Lee's going to go back up. I mean, I just And it had a great has had a great run, 14 up to what 25 in about 5 days. Maybe this is just a. I mean I don't know if this is completely affected by the IPO. I mean it's in that sector. I don't know what sort of ties they have with Nio. Could be just a profit taking day, inside day. Let's see what happens tomorrow. I am going to enjoy my evening. Just waiting on Tiger. See if it can get into the 60s, and then I'll just take it out and call it a day. Okay, guys, I think I'll wrap it up now, unless there are any other questions. Okay, I don't see any questions. Okay, guys, so we'll see you tomorrow. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern. Have a great evening, and we'll see you then.